Hello, everyone. Welcome to Star Wars, the Nar'Shaddaa Shuffle. We are on episode 2 of our 4-shot. We hope that you have been enjoying it so far. We've been loving seeing everybody's comments and all of that jazz. But today we are going to go through our quick updates. I hope y'all are feeling good. Everyone's jamming.
Oh, I was eating
the
cookies.
That I'm missing out on?
No, I'm eating this cookie. It's really good.
There should be.
Oh, yeah.
I'm feeling this cookie.
Do you want to tell them about your cookie?
It's got oatmeal. It's got cinnamon. It's got cranberries in it. This thing is the best cookie I've had in I don't know, since the last time I ate a cookie. I think cookies are great. I think cookies are swell. So I'm just going to keep eating.
What a unique perspective on cookies.
Yeah. You know what? All cookies are good cookies. It's just there's a spectrum of goodness.
I made chocolate chip cookies last night.
Ooh, chocolate chip. That's a solid cookie. That's a solid cookie.
And I tried my attempt at making ramen for the first time, which actually wasn't too bad. I was a little freaked out when they were like, only cook the ramen or the noodles for 2 minutes. I was like, that seems like not a long time. But I think it's because the noodles are so like paper thin that that's how quickly they boil. So I was like, okay. Anyways, now if you're not
when you
all
see
hungry,
real chefs cook them, right? Like noodles are they dunk them in like ka-dunk and they pull them out ka-dunk. You know what I'm saying? Sorry to interrupt. I just, I like a good noodle. And when you see people make them from scratch, it isn't one of those like boil it for 16 minutes. You go ka-chunk and you go ba-blunk and you're done. Now I'm eating my cookie.
It was like the fastest noodle cooking that I've ever made. But like the noodles are like, it's almost like you're making them out of paper. It's very interesting, but I had a lot of fun doing that. So I think now that you all are hungry, hopefully you're ready for a little bit of a show. So our supporter today is Paul Toon. Give some roll love in chat for Paul Toon. Thank you so much, Paul Toon, for supporting today's episode. You too can become a supporter by going to patreon.com/rollforit. And Bentham will talk a little bit about that in a moment, but we also have some new stuff out on our Patreon. The Last Stitch final character sheets are now available, as well as the Ascension Golthius Tree, our 3-hour battle. Music. I like it. Okay.
When you talked about music, I'm like, oh yeah, there is no music. Oh, that's my job. I did it. I'm nailing it, guys.
The Golthius Tree goodness is up. That battle was amazing. That episode was crazy. Like if you want to cry a good cry, go watch the last 2 episodes of Ascension, because there's a lot of emotional stuff that happens in there. Pretty much the entire cast was like tearing up. We have our holiday surprise. So we do this every year during the holidays. We do a little holiday surprise. This one's super duper cute, so you'll definitely want it. If you are already a patron, please fill out that stuff so that we can send you the goodies. We'll hopefully get everything out to you guys in time. But we know some of those will not come out or will not arrive on time, because depending on where you live, shipping, Yay.
At what time does it stop being a surprise if we do it every year?
Yeah, I guess that's true. It's the surprise part is you don't know what it's going to be. Point. That's what it is. That's the surprise part. And then also coming soon, we'll have our Ascension guest sheets, because we did just swap over to our new guest, which is Katie Plays. She's amazing, and we're sad that Vanya's gone, but we do have a new guest, and it's always a bittersweet farewell. And then, of course, we have our November recap. The admin sat down, recorded our last recap for 2020. It's a doozy. I think it's like 2 hours long, because we had a lot to say, and we have a lot of stuff planned for next year. So if you're interested in the behind the scenes of how Roll For It works, that's your video to watch. And then, of course, we will have our Star Wars character sheets coming too, if you want to see all of these lovely characters and what their character sheets look like, or if you want to play our characters in one of your campaigns. I would love to see that. And of course, I'm going to toss it over to Bentham to do the quick where you can support us at.
So as you may have gathered from the announcements, we have a Patreon, and that's the way that we do all the thing. It's the way that we get all our funds that we then spend to, pay cast and get cool art and keep everything running and all the lights on and all that kind of thing. There's a whole bunch of different tiers there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards. You can get MP3s of all of our shows. You can get after shows. We record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show. You can get character sheets, enemy sheets as well, if you want to play as the players, or have people at your table battling the same enemies that we battle. Other kind of notes and things from GMs that to help you get some insights into session plan, that kind of thing. You can submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where you get the behind the scenes looks at what the admins are up to. And also, if you're crazy, you can support at the Legend or Deity tier. You get to take part in a once-monthly game jammed by a member of the Roll For It cast. And it's relevant this time because literally, like, 12 hours ago or something, I don't know, time is weird, I ran a game of Star Wars Without Number, which is where I took Stars Without Number and the X-Wing miniatures game and put them in a particle accelerator to make some wacky amalgam where Jesse's not happy about this at all.
I don't know what this would look like. I'm excited.
I mashed them together to make a game where you play pilots for the rebellion, and when you fly your missions, you play the X-Wing miniatures game remotely through Zoom because no one can be in contact with each other. So we had my guys flying some ships. I have way too many ships, so I can give them a whole selection, but they were flying an A-Wing, a Republic Y-Wing, and an Naboo Starfighter because they
Why?
took hyperdrives on us.
In what world is that a squadron? That makes...
I don't know. Listen, ships last, someone mothballed this thing and it was still like knocking about. So, they just like.
In what world are they
I let them have it. It works.
All right, your choices are this old ass Y-Wing, a Naboo Starfighter. Come on now. Or an A-Wing? Those were the choices? That's a wild squadron.
They had other stuff too. They had like, all the standard stuff that the like Republic and Rebellion had. And that's what they picked. They did have low budgets. They couldn't get like the fancy stuff.
That is a hell of a squadron. That is.
With that motley crew, they took out a TIE Defender, and I don't know how they did it. I gave them too much to handle, but they somehow pulled it off.
The best part is I'm imagining that if they traveled together at the same speed, one of them would always be way out in front. The other ones would be like, wait up, dude. Hold up. That'd be the worst. That'd be the worst squadron. It would be terrible.
Yeah, no. Well, it was the Y-Wing sits in the middle. The A-Wing was in the build where you are meant to crash into the enemy at all times, so that it's just constantly flying at the enemy. And then the Naboo Starfighter's like, I'm turning. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm coming. Here we go.
What a terrible ship. You know what? It's so bad a kid could fly it. Yeah, I'm just saying.
You just gotta try spinning. That's a good trick.
It is.
There might
they
be
never
a kid
see it
here
coming.
that could fly it.
Yeah, no. They took out a TIE Defender, and then they also stole this.
A Gazanti? Yeah, all right, sure.
Yeah.
Nice.
Why not? Everyone has one of those now. It's just,
Yeah, no, it's
everyone has
everyone has one of those now. That's canonical.
It's the new favorite of Star Wars media. It's like if you've made something that isn't a movie, you put a Gazanti in it. It's how it goes.
Right. Well, if you don't have an Imperial Star Destroyer, like 8 Gazantis and like 1 cruiser, call it a life. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah, that's what I was doing last night. So Star Wars all the way. And yeah, you could be doing that too.
Dot and me, right?
Yep, we have Little Red Dot and Maggie are gonna be jamming
and mine is gonna affect
December.
a real episode of something. So stay tuned for that.
Yes. Interesting.
I don't know why.
You can do that.
But when somebody does a mouth click, it makes me nervous.
Are you making noises, Jesse? Okay.
Oh, does my noise gate block it?
Yeah.
It was really funny because it was just
I just see your mouth moving, but nothing else.
I had so many mouths. Maybe I was just trying to eat the bits down here. All these bits. Nom, 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 nom.
I hate the sound of people eating though. Like I'm not a fan of not a fan of that
Who
sound.
do you eat with that's like, okay, so let me tell you.
No one, because if someone does that in my presence, I'm gonna be like, could you please close your mouth while you're eating? I will kindly ask them to close their mouth, but I have been around people who have done that. I'm like, irks me.
Do you actually, could you handle going to a real ramen place in the heart of Tokyo? Could you handle that?
It's probably so loud because I've been in a lot of restaurants that are really loud.
Just all the slurping. Could you do that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Could you function?
Maybe if the ramen was good enough, because then I'd be so focused on eating that I wouldn't.
Right.
The whole world would just disappear, Jesse. If the ramen's good enough.
Would you go Would you slurp?
No, I don't. I want to make noises while I'm eating.
How dare you break tradition?
Tradition.
Isn't it supposed to be a major sign of respect? This slurp.
The more slurpy, the better. Yeah.
I mean, I would make normal noises that you make when you're eating, but not like purposely trying to make like loud noises.
Let's save what you think normal noises when eating are for the post show, because I really want to come back to that. I really want to like circle back. What do you think a normal noise is?
Yeah, so there was a nice segue in there somewhere, because yes, on Twitch you can do things as well, such as drop us bits for Jesse to eat, because why not? They'll appear in the cup there. You can also give us tips. They'll appear on the screen. We'll read them out at the end of the show. So thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, because normally you'd have to wait 24 hours for them to appear on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member over there, which gives you emotes and badges over there too. We got 6 emotes right now, because you gotta get more people for that. But it's going up. It's working well. So we're up to 6. And if we get more people, we can have more. And you can confuse people in the comments, because they forget that it's a thing, and then they're like, why do you have a dice next to your name? I want that. That's how you get them. Anyway, you can also
is that how? That's how you get them. Oh, okay.
You gotta go get
them. That's how you get the extra £2. It all adds up. Yeah, you can also like. Just being here also supports us. Just watching the show matters, because the numbers go up and then the algorithms like us, and that works the same for interacting in any way, shape, or form, commenting and liking and all the things. It's different on every platform, so you know the drill. The social medias and the anti-social medias. They all like, if you do the things, it gives us the good numbers, and then
he's an anarch.
Things like us.
The anti-social medias. I get it. Great joke. I'm just trying to figure out what that would be. Somewhere on the dark web, I think. I don't know. Scary.
Yeah, those are the things. We appreciate everyone who shows up, because it all makes a difference.
Would the anti-social medias be, instead of posting stuff, you're just deleting stuff? Like
Other
it's just freely shared? Yeah, and you're just deleting it.
I guess antisocial is anything where you don't interact with other people. So, like...
No, I like thinking it's anti-social
YouTube
media
would totally count as an anti-social media. You go there, you either watch things on your own, or you yell at people in the comments and get into arguments.
I figure
I see where you're going with this, Bentham, but I don't think that's where most people would
when you
go
see
with
the
it.
show replies, brackets 103, you know something's happened in there.
I figure antisocial media is when I spend 25 minutes writing a post, read it, and think, I don't want to get in fights with people, and delete it. That seems like what most of my comments.
I have so many draft messages on Twitter. Like, if I go through my drafts, I'm like, because I like have some hot takes, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't post that, because I work for a business, and like they might not like me posting that.
I think that's what that might be.
Yeah, it's my internal monologue. But hey, I wrote it out. I got the the venting out.
Got it out. I've had a lot of that lately. Got it out. You know what? I'm just gonna delete that and move on. It's fine.
I realize
there's
a cultural difference here. There's a cultural difference here in what antisocial means, because in the UK for many years we had this thing called an antisocial behavior order, which was where you didn't do a crime, but we wanted to like tell everyone you're bad anyway, and so you would get one of those for like doing something bad in public.
Oh, like skateboarding?
Yeah, like aggressive loitering or something.
Aggressive loitering.
Yeah, it was like if you hadn't actually done anything like illegal. I don't know, but it's like. It's like intimidating the public, being a public nuisance. If there was nothing you could do that they could actually pin on you, they'd give you an ASBO, and then you were an antisocial person.
Well, that's because you're all allowed to just like drink outdoors all the time. I mean, like, that's everyone's outside drinking. So
yeah, so for us, being antisocial is like, being dangerous and like loutish in public.
Loutish, I love that word. Loutish in public.
Britishisms,
I've learned so many Britishisms from EE and Bentham. It's been pretty amazing. We've pretty much done a pre-show. Our after shows sometimes consist of us just talking about food.
That's my goal today. We're talking. I don't remember about what. Oh, what it sounds like when you eat. That's a weird thing to say at any point in time. But I'm in. I'm not stopping this. I'm on this train. Hopefully I won't forget.
Just, if you want ASMR, that's what's going to happen after. We're all just gonna eat food and listen to the sound.
You won't hear it on my end. Apparently, my pop filter blocks everything. So.
All right, Jesse. I think this is time now where you get to take us into a world beyond,
Great.
far, far away.
Okay. First, before we do anything today, as you know, we got rules to follow. I need all of you to roll for me your destiny, please.
All right.
Huzzah!
Hell, Miss
Oh,
Some
no.
told you.
I told
Sweet
you.
gadget.
I told you.
There we go, baby. There we go,
told
baby.
you.
Tyler jinxed us. He was like, oh, we got like a lot of. Oh no!
Oh my god. Oh my god. One more.
This is going wrong.
Come
Oh
on,
shoot!
Davis.
I think I rolled a quick roll destiny.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, every single one of us rolled a dark side point.
Before the
Yeah,
show,
but-
Tyler was like,
thank
"Oh,
God.
we rolled 2 double light side points. That's super rare and really hard to do." I'm like, "Tyler, we're all gonna roll dark side points now."
Hey.
And we did.
Hey, it's fine.
He also pointed out though those are just future light side points.
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's not.
but I don't have to
this
use
is gonna
them.
be a difficult
happened.
episode for us.
Hey. Hey,
I never have to
Jesse,
use them. Yes.
You can
make
just
my
hoard them.
landing extra difficult.
Well, the good news is you get to start landed. All right. I'm going to do our.
Oh, come on! You gotta make him roll a landing.
No, I don't want to immediately crash
Oh
and die.
my god. I demand a reroll.
Wait,
you know,
that
I'll
might be
double
me
roll.
again.
I'll double
I-
roll just to make everyone happy. There you go.
Wait, why are you re-rolling?
I was just making a joke.
It wasn't a reroll. I just went double rolling just to make everyone happy.
Oh
good.
no!
All right.
If the order hasn't changed, that first one is me.
No. Okay. It'd be weird if you went to a place with immense poverty and suffering and you didn't help people.
If it's me,
screwed.
that one is my debt kicking in, I think. But the other thing could definitely happen. I'll RP that anyway. It's just gonna be a thing.
I mean, I'm just always terrified if it's me because reasons.
Ooh, that space cat looks very nice.
Oh, this is Riggs. He's 19. He's an old
Space
man.
cat.
Old man.
Can you change your screen so that space cat looks a different, like, can you make space cat, I don't know, purple?
No, not really, because he's gray, so like he doesn't
I
change
don't
color
think
as
you
much.
even tried. All right, anyway.
Otherwise, he'd be green right now.
Right, of course. I'm still just impressed that it makes
It's a
human
tint.
flesh tone. It's so cool. I can't help that
Jesse, like behind the scenes, if you watched the after show for last episode, I kind of explained how it worked, and Jesse was just like,
I'm still blown away. The future's here.
I mean,
All
the
right.
part that blows me away is the fact that the green screen is still behind and completely fine and unaltered when you change
Yes!
colors. Yeah.
It's wild. The technology, the chair, the everything. Like
because
I
it's
get,
chroma keyed out, so it's like different than so because it's chroma keyed out, it's not going to alter. If I had it up, then yeah, it would also change color too.
I just can't even. Can't. All right.
It's
Let's
the
do
order of
this
it. You
thing.
chroma key and then you apply the shift on what's left.
Okay. We have a blue in a galaxy far, far away. Bwomp! Because it's not the original scroll. You can't do that. This is one of the side stories. The Smuggler's Moon. Buzzing with activity above the swamp-like world of Nar'Shaddaa, Nar'Shaddaa is the pinnacle of excess and greed under the Galactic Empire's rule. A haven of illicit activity, organized crime, and dangerous people, all poorly hidden and often ignored for the more visible nightlife and gambling establishments that litter its surface and float in the sky. On one of these orbital platforms, the Aurora powers down, its crew disembarking into the multitude of stenches, aromas, and odors that fill the air of the city moon. As they look out onto the city before them, countless opportunities present themselves. But these four have a job to do. All right. Let me give you a description of kind of what you see around you. Obviously, if you have questions, I'm gonna make you roll for those things. Nar'Shaddaa is organized chaos. The skies above you, zipping through the air, are thousands, if not a million, little dots of speeders, personal ships, taxi services, intermingled with larger, more intricate craft. We're talking custom-made ships, nothing like the YT freighters or Kuat transports the rest of the galaxy is used to seeing. These are things designed for glamour over function. They are flashy, they are loud. They are basically the things you would expect people who call Nar'Shaddaa their home to travel around in. If you want to make any knowledge rolls or anything about this city at any point in time, let me know.
Yeah, I'm down. So we could do... What would be better, lore or education?
I mean, both work. Whatever you think is best. There's different answers for each.
I can definitely make a roll. I just got to decide which kind of knowledge.
Which one would you guys prefer? Or which one are you rolling, Finland?
I'm very good at education, so I could maybe go
you
for
do
that.
Then
But
I'll do lore.
Lore might make more sense.
I'll do lore and you do education then.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll try that.
Okay. I got no successes, just an advantage.
You could use that advantage.
Yeah, how would you like to use that advantage?
Can I give...
Also, you know what? Reroll. I didn't even have
Oh, difficulty up.
difficulty die. Let's see
So
if you succeed.
I might fail.
Well, you didn't succeed last time, so what's the harm?
Yeah. Let me know when I can roll.
Go for it.
All right. I'll take the strain.
Okay. Yeah, you
I don't know anything. It's all good.
yeah, you're not a big Nar'Shaddaa person. As Faline, you don't really frequent hut territory.
All right, Bentham. Here you go.
I'll give an education a go.
Sure. Wow. Okay.
Ooh, that
Talk to
works.
me
Ooh, and a
about
triumph.
talk to me about what you want to use. Well, I'll tell you this right now. All right. You know about Coruscant. And you know this place is called Little Coruscant if you're on Coruscant, right? It's like, yeah, I'm gonna visit Little Coruscant. And you recognize that the traffic patterns you see above you are kind of like comparing, when you talk about Coruscant and Nar'Shaddaa, it's kind of like comparing New York City to Mumbai, right? Like both suck, but New York has a grid pattern and Mumbai is just like insanity. You recognize this as, hey, if we're going to travel here with quickness, it's best we stick low to the surface where it might be more dangerous, but we actually can move rather than getting stuck in the traffic, like the sky traffic lanes up above.
So like moving on foot kind of thing?
I mean, you can move just speeders down below, but you know, you want to stay out of the sky lanes because there are, you know, sky lane police and stuff that'll be like, what are you doing? You're not in the traffic lanes, that kind of thing. And it'll just be a pain in the ass to get around.
Okay, yeah, I relay that of like looking at how this place is laid out. I think traveling at lower altitudes makes sense.
All right, how do you use your triumph?
A triumph on an education roll.
Yeah.
Yep.
What do you learn?
I guess you get some kind of like good analytical insights about the place. Do we know the directions to the place we're going?
You recognize, I'll give you this. You deduce that the landing platform you've been instructed to go to, in your initial like briefing about where to go and where to meet Dash, has placed you precisely where you need to be. You can see around you that there are 3 very distinct options available to you, and it is quite clear that this has been planned for you.
Okay, maybe a good one for a triumph is, as we're approaching this place, I make note of some particularly useful escape route in case of some kind of emergency. Like
Sure,
if we need to get out of there,
escape
there's
from
like
what?
some window we can jump out to somewhere safe or something.
It would have to be
Is that a good
about the
triumph?
planet itself. Because you just did like a general, you weren't looking at anything in particular.
Could it
Okay.
be about like knowledge of like perhaps where places are less threatening or dense, like lower crime rates or something like that?
I would say that I mean, Bentham, you would know that there are no lower crime rates. There is the upper stratosphere, which is casinos, but it's just the rich stealing from each other. And then there's the lower planet level stuff, which is actual like violent street crime.
You could also use
Yeah,
it
it's
just to
like-
give somebody an upgrade on their next roll, which would give them a green die.
Which I was gonna
Not an
roll.
advantage, but an actual upgrade.
I was gonna roll perception.
Okay.
For
So you could do that too. It's up to you.
I think that works. Yeah, look, I'll give a green die by like applying some insights about the greater functions of a planet like this to help the others understand what they're dealing with.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'm as the things carry on, is probably just like nattering on, being like, yeah, this kind of place, the crime levels are pretty much the same wherever you go. It's just the kind of crime. Further down, you're likely to get randomly stabbed. Further up, you're likely to get randomly like a black bag over your head, and then someone puts a blaster to it later.
Well, that
Roughly
all
equal
sounds-
chance of death.
Well, that all sounds very pleasant, doesn't it?
We occasionally get, back on Polis Massa, we get special cases that have been shot here for some reason. Ask us to reconstruct brains, that kind of thing. Usually doesn't work.
Oh my god. You're really selling me on this place. sounds like a vacation.
In short, watch your back and your front. All this, up and down too.
Sounds to me like you just need to walk the walk, talk the talk.
And be out of here as soon as possible.
So, Jesse, if I can roll a perception to see if anybody is clearly making note of us or watching us. Since
Yeah,
this
give
is,
me a
like,
perception
planned.
check.
And I have that upgrade from Bentham, I believe.
Yep. I'll give you the upgrade right now. Go.
All right. There it is. Shabam.
You note that you are clearly being watched, but not from someone in the distance, but from the platform you're on right now. There's someone in the shadows behind several boxes watching you.
Ooh, and that was one success and one upgrade, or one advantage. Make sure we're saying our results for the MP3 folks.
When I notice that, I'm just gonna use my quick draw ability and shoot one of the crates near him.
Sure.
I think I'm a little startled when he just like starts shooting. I'm like, what?
Yeah, you fire off and the blaster noise pew, shoots off and you hear some rustling behind one of the boxes.
I will also pull out
And-
my blaster.
Sure. As you do, from the shadows, hands up, you see Dash Barand appear, and he says, whoa, hold on. We said we'd meet here, right?
Well,
Hey.
I meant watch your backs to avoid danger, not shoot at things.
Hey,
is-
somebody was sitting behind some boxes, and I wasn't trying to shoot them.
if you shoot at
letting
them
them know
before
that
they
they-
shoot at you, that is
Exactly.
one way to watch your back. But Dash, you did tell us to meet you at the Fine Wine Casino.
Yeah, and Dash looks at you and he points across the way. He says, I did. It's right there. You see across from you a giant floating casino of some considerable size. And outside in Orbesh, it reads, the Fine Wine, FYYWYYN, Fine Wine, Golden Gundark, a floating casino, as I said, of considerable size. Its exterior is purple, but you're not really sure if it's because of the lighting or the smog or some effect or maybe the metal. You're just not sure. The outside is littered with hollow images of dancing girls, flashing credit signs, descriptions of games of chance within. And outside, you can see a line of speeders approaching the entrance as well-dressed individuals get out and walk towards the front. 2 giant golden Gundark statues looming over the entrance with giant gemstone eyes that look, at least to your estimation, to be the largest gems you've ever seen. If you don't know what a Gundark is, imagine a giant ape creature, a red ape. You know what? Hold on, let me just... like this thing, but it's gold. It's made of gold. It's this ugly ass thing. That's what a Gundark is. So,
beautiful.
Lovely.
Yeah.
He's got, nice teeth.
Yeah, he's just a terrible, terrible creature.
A lot of limbs and none of them feet.
He does have feet, but the feet are just like one toenail. It's very weird. And he has like a little like stinger looking thing. I don't know. It's a weird creature. And 2 of them loom over the entrance, kind of like in Neverending Story, the 2 like laser sphinxes, kind of like that, just like that. And you can see various well-dressed individuals entering the casino. And yeah, Dash says it's right there.
Dash, you know better than to lurk around when I'm about.
Look, lurking's what I gotta do, especially here on Nar'Shaddaa.
Yeah, but you didn't need to lurk on us.
Well, I didn't know who was gonna come out of that ship. A lot can happen between, well, Solace and Nar'Shaddaa.
Fair enough. So now what is the plan? You said you had some things to talk about that you didn't want to talk about on comms?
Yeah, he walks over towards you and stays still in the shadows a little bit. And he says, look, I told you it was bad to talk on comms, and it's worse to be seen here with you. This job, it's gone all Gorg side up. You all apparently know that Gorgs are really ugly frog-looking creatures on... Yeah. And they have, like, ugly bellies. Look, it's Star Wars.
Poor frogs.
I shouldn't have brought you all into this, but you're the only people I trust to get this job done.
Well, then, we probably want to go find somewhere else more discreet to have a conversation, then.
Well, us and the 4 other people you also sent on the job.
Whoa, I didn't send them. That was Hex. You're the 4 I picked.
Yeah, you didn't warn us about them trying to kill us when we were trying to leave.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Say it in front of the guy who paid me and them?
You do know how to read and write, right?
Well, there wasn't any data pads around.
Well, shall we? And she motions towards the casino.
Yeah, he looks at you and he's like, oh, hold on. We're gonna go to the casino and you're all dressed like... And he looks over the 4 of you and he looks at you and he's like, all right, 3 of you are a mess. 1 of you could probably get in.
If you're telling me I gotta take my armor off, it's not happening. I'll play the bodyguard if I have to.
Well, then, my friend, we're gonna have to stay here and have this conversation because I'm not getting arrested for looking like I'm some terrorist.
I didn't bring a change of clothes.
Wait, which one of us is the one?
That's the first thing Gar has said. I haven't brought a change of clothes. The best.
Ethona's like, which one of us is the one?
Oh my God,
Dash does not elaborate. He just simply says, look, come here. And he slowly backs away into the shadows.
And Seal will follow.
Sure.
Solgar.
You come around. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say Quill will cross his arms and then sigh and then walk over.
Yeah.
Ethona shrugs.
You come around the corner of the landing pad, and you're now behind a series of boxes in sort of a dark shadow. And you notice that there's a small speeder bike parked there. And he says to you, "Look, Marcus Singh isn't just some thief. He's skilled, he's talented. He's a giant pain in my ass. But he doesn't have the Beskar anymore. The Beskar is being held by an Arcanian, a Hut-connected gambling magnate named Thandevin Sar. It would be, under considerable guard, since the Beskar isn't meant for him or the Huts. See, that's the problem. It's a payoff for the Empire. Enough to buy off the new Moff, I assume. Keep these parts Imperial free for some time. The problem is, if the Empire doesn't come here looking for the crime to stop, so they can, I assume, report back to the Senators about their efforts to stop piracy in the Outer Rim, they're going to go elsewhere. And that is going to lead them to who I originally was going to take that Beskar to. And he, like, kind of looks down and rubs at his pockets.
Well, are you going to tell us? Or are you going to leave us hanging?
It was the Pikes. It was the Pikes. So that is a problem. If we don't get this Beskar to the Pikes by the end of the week, they are going to kill me. Well, not just me. Me, and Hex, and his guards, and contractors. And now since you work for Hex, you too. So, you know the Pikes. They don't stop till they get the job done.
Oh, thanks.
Lovely. So what are you proposing we do?
Well, I'm proposing you find where the Beskar is. Get it. Calms me immediately. We get you out of here. We take it to the Pikes, and we take our credits and run, is what I'm proposing.
All right, then.
What do I need to roll to see if has some sort of devious intent with radioing him and tell him for him to get us out of here?
I mean, just, you can check any sort of, I'll let you decide what you want to do. I imagine it's you could use perception if that's what you wanted to. I imagine you could justify using something else if you could explain it to me.
I mean, the only other thing I could think is deception, but that's me deceiving, not...
Sure.
So.
And this Arcanian, where do you propose we find them?
Well, Thandevin is the owner of the Golden Gun Dark. I would imagine he's either there, and he points to the casino, or there, and he points across from you on the other side of the landing platform, and you see a very large, very upscale apartment complex, perhaps some 1,000 stories tall, stretching down to the upper layer of the planet's superstructure. You know that even 1,000 stories down, it's still miles even below that before you reach the actual surface of the planet. Up here, it's where the rich play, right? And down below, the poor struggle to survive. It has many windows that face the casino. They all have a tint, sort of blocking the glare, but you can't tell if that's to block the glare of the casino lights from getting in or to hide whatever is inside these apartments. You notice that there are landing platforms on the upper level and a giant, very ritzy looking penthouse that is an entirely different color than the rest of the apartment complex at the very top.
And I'm assuming he lives in the penthouse at the top then.
Yeah, he looks at me, he's like, that would be an accurate assumption.
And then what is Quilcy? You got 1 success and 1 advantage?
Well, I said I had to pass the blue die, so do I get the blue die with my advantage there?
What is the, I guess I'm asking, what was the perception check for?
That was the one to locate and see what Dash was, and then I'm going to roll another perception to
see if he's telling the truth, and you want the blue die? Sure.
Yeah. All right.
Just know this is difficult. This is extremely hard roll.
I know. I'm expecting to fail, but...
Okay.
We don't have light side points, so we can't upgrade. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you cannot read Dash at all.
Cool.
2 fails and an advantage.
I'll pass the blue die again.
Okay.
Well, there's two ways we could go about this. I suppose one is less risky. It's the one Dash is proposing.
And what's the other one?
Well, my thought is we go to the penthouse and see if we can arrange a meeting through other means.
Switch sides.
Using contacts for some reason to be brought on as specialized bodyguards. Let's say trick him into thinking there's an assassin after him.
And how do you propose we convince him of that?
We send an assassin after him.
I love it.
How do we make sure that if we do that, they pick us to be their bodyguards?
He'll look at Dash.
Yes.
Oh, you know plenty of people. I imagine
many
you have
people.
some sort of way in that sense.
And where?
Helping us get a job as the bodyguards. Specialized in hunting down an assassin, maybe.
The man I'm asking you to steal from? Let me tell you, I do not have connections there, my friend. If I did, I would be talking to him, not hiring 4 very talented individuals to steal it back.
Quill will look around and just say, well, you got any contacts?
So do we think, this is out of character, do we think this guy has the Beskar on him, or just like has it in his
Probably in a
possession, but
safe.
is, yeah, is like,
It's probably somewhere safe, yeah. Like
Yeah, because he has like 40 pieces of it or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's a lot. I guess you wouldn't be carrying that around.
He's just carrying it around with him everywhere.
He made it into a suit of armor, I hear. It's pretty awesome.
Oh no.
Gar wants that armor.
I'd
So does
prefer
Quill.
I'd prefer
what
we
that's
try and get the Beskar while we're a long way from its owner, current owner.
Perhaps we could do something different. Distract
Well,
him.
yeah, maybe that's
Keep him
the
busy
that's the
while-
strategy.
With some of you, we're a little bit more sneaky. Sneak in and get it. But first, we need to figure out where he's keeping it.
And more importantly, where he is. So far, you have 2 choices. But there's other options, and he like looks around and points to the whole city, and he's like, I mean, there's a lot you can do on Nar'Shaddaa. Up here, and then he points behind you all, and there's a turbo lift behind you. And he says, or down there. And he hints that perhaps the turbo lift goes to the bottom.
Well, our lovely friend Ith just told me that I could possibly get strangled and murdered, so maybe not where I want to go.
True.
He did also say there was an equal chance of death up or down. It was just different kinds of death.
Yeah. Just different types of things. It's a choose your own adventure.
Do you know who this Arcanian hangs out with?
Well, I mean, he's a Hut-connected gambling magnate, so one would assume Huts or other crime lords. I mean, he's very, very rich.
Does he have any enemies?
I would imagine tons, which is why he has so much security. And he points back towards the casino.
Perhaps we should talk to the Huts. I mean, they operate with a lot of people like me.
True, but I'm pretty sure this Beskar is on their behalf. If he's giving it to the Empire so it leaves Nar'Shaddaa alone, I feel like the Huts are involved.
I would assume so as well.
Huts would want it to stay in their hands and then go to the Imperials, because it's only good business for them.
What if we told him that it's owed to the Pikes, and that the Pikes are probably going to come after them?
know. It's risky. But if you want to be the one to tell them.
Interesting way of going about it, putting two big factions against each other and trying to sneak the Beskar out of it.
What do you think?
I mean, I'm a straightforward kind of man. Yeah, smashing and grabbing is the most appealing to me, but I don't know about politics. I think we should find somebody that's at odds with this guy, see if we can leverage some information and get it that way. But that's just me.
Getting some information on the penthouse and what it's like in there would be good. If there's a vault, where it is, how to get in. Someone might know that. Also, whether there's armed guards at all times, which is definitely possible.
We could do a bit of scouting. Maybe we could figure out what the floor plan's like up there. And in the meantime, we can mingle and try to see if anyone else has any information that would be helpful. But I would advise you all, we probably want to be careful what we say. People start hearing that we're sniffing around. Well, might not go well for us.
I mean, either way, I don't want to take this stuff off.
Well then,
Agreed.
Perhaps going over there is not your forte.
You sure there's no way I can just be like a bodyguard or something, Dash?
Look, I mean, you can try, but... And he points back to the casino, and you notice that everyone entering is just, dressed well.
We're going to stick out like a sore thumb.
Maybe I just wait at the ship then.
I'm not sure there's any way I can make myself look like I fit in there.
Does anybody, like, if they're rich people going to this nice casino, do they have their own personal guards with them?
You can do a perception check to see what you see. Do you have any sort of binoculars or anything that can...
Oh, heck yeah. And I have ultrasonic senses.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
And you have an extra blue die because I passed it.
Use them. Let's see what you see.
Yeah. So I think what we need to do first is just kind of like scout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have macro binoculars and then I guess 2 blue die from my own senses and his Triumph.
Damn. So you have 3 total. Oh, 2 total blue die?
Yeah.
Great.
What kind of check is this?
Well, I mean, you'll be using your macro binoculars, right? Does it say what exactly they do for you?
They didn't give me like stats when I saw them in the book. They just give me like...
It's the description. We'll tell you what they do.
Yeah, it should just say what it does.
Okay, then I need to look that up.
I will try doing the same right now.
Because sometimes they give you like extra dice on a certain type of roll, or sometimes they just give you information. So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it didn't have...
Let me see what it says. Remove any setback dice imposed by distance is what it says.
Okay.
There you go.
So any black die that would be imposed by the distance.
Then you get a boost for sound, right?
I don't know if that one does.
For sound?
His race gives him that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just a perception and...
Yeah.
What other...
You roll. Let's see. You're doing a perception check, I think, just to see what is down there.
Yeah. Where is... Under P.
I have all your blues in, so you're good.
Okay. Did that work?
Yes, it did.
I got 3 successes and 2 triumphs.
All right.
Blue came in handy.
So with your successes,
those are 2
you
advantage.
can see through your macro binoculars that down on the casino entrance area are several very tall sort of guard-looking droids. They're pitch black and they're humanoid shape, but roughly 9 feet tall. They're thin and the metal is shiny and reflective, and their faces sort of form a... Hold on, let me find this really quick, just so I don't screw this up. Their faces form sort of a... like a V kind, like a like a V down at the bottom. They're very pointed, and they have beady red eyes.
Do I know what like model they are?
They appear to be custom. They are in size of a what are those damn things called? Hold on, let me just find the right. They're in the size of like an IG unit kind of thing.
Okay.
But they have the sort of black outside of the that dude from Rogue One. I can't remember his damn name.
Oh, I know who you're talking
K2SO?
about.
Yeah, but like whatever that unit is called.
K2 unit?
Is
Yeah.
it a K? Is it just a
It's
straight up K2 unit?
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's that.
Okay.
But it's not a K. It's not a. It's a K. It's K2 is a KX series enforcer droid.
Okay.
This is not that. It's very similar to it, but it's not that.
Okay. Do I know anything from my many years as a mercenary about like? I mean, I'm assuming it's high end, custom.
Yes, these are
crazy
high end
stuff.
custom, just like the yachts you saw up in the sky. These are custom droids.
Okay.
You can tell based on just looking at them. I'll give you this from the other things you got there.
How close to railings are they?
You can see that there are.
I sense a theme.
No, I'm just kidding.
There are no railings on the actual platforms of this casino. However, it's very big, and none of the droids are standing near the edge.
Okay. What I'm looking for is guests, and if they have security details.
Here's
with them.
none of them do. In fact, many of them are being escorted in by the droids. As far as you can tell, most of the security, if not all the security, appears to be these droids.
Yeah, and IG droids are usually battle droids. So, yeah, they're probably all guards.
So I guess Gar will relay what he has seen to everybody and tell Sun that, well, my plan was to act as your security detail and go in there, and maybe you can snoop around and use your charms to figure some information out. But I think it's a no-go. So if you went in to get information, you would be on your own.
Well, I don't know if I'd want to go up there to get information. I think there's somewhere else we might be able to go, though.
Specifically or broadly?
Both?
What do you have in mind?
Well, I think that my skills are more suited for probably going in and seeing if I know anyone else who has some information on our Arcanian friend. But perhaps the three of you might be best trying to figure out some other things. Maybe getting the layout of that penthouse. Or figuring out who might be enemies of our friend here.
Does anyone want to give me a perception check for the penthouse? You might as well scope it out while you're here.
Me, Davis.
I would
Am I
assume
good at
Davis,
this?
yeah. He's got like the...
You can pass yourself a blue die with those advantages.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
I'm not good at perception. Don't ask me to do it.
Nuts.
Okay, so just roll again.
Perception is the same as Gar's, so.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the smog or any of the lighting or anything because you have those binoculars, so you don't have any black dye. So go nuts.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
Wow.
All right. Tell
success.
me your success. What would you like to
And a
see
triumph.
through your perception?
I would like to see somehow the exact layout of everything, including the vault where the Beskar is hidden.
Hey, it's like you were a bodyguard in there before or something.
Yeah.
Are you gonna take the strain for that? Or are you gonna
I'm
let
not-
him have it? It's a threat.
Okay. I mean, I can also.
I mean,
brush
Jesse
off.
gets to choose how he uses it first.
I'd rather you take the strain. I want to knock you all out, so I'm fine with it.
Okay. How much strain is that?
Just one.
Does it? I also have a skill that lets me just like shrug it off.
Oh, what does it say?
What is that skill?
Sorry.
So a
I'm trying-
minimum of one, right? Or is it?
Where is it? Combat. It is second wind. Once per encounter, I can use second wind to heal
that would be an encounter though. This is just a chill.
Oh, this isn't counted. Okay.
Yeah.
Then never mind.
Scene.
Yeah.
Do we still have our like strain and stuff from last session?
No, you got in the ship. You rested. You're fine.
Okay.
Okay. So I will tell you this. This is what you see with your success, and then you can ask me a follow up with your little triumph there. Stupid triumph. Anyway, what you see is all right. On the top floor, you notice that the penthouse appears to be, at least from what you can see on this side, it appears to be 7 rooms long. The outside has 2 large balconies and a terrace garden, and walking amongst them, you see 4 of the same droids that are down below on the casino entrance area.
Okay. Gar relays that to the crew.
What would you like your triumph to be?
I'm not. What can I use it? I have the cheat sheet up, but how do you
triumphs are mostly combat based.
Well, perception is you notice some useful details, and you gain a blue die for a future interaction with that.
Do I see, or using my just like, history as a mercenary and this kind of stuff, do I get like a sense of like the weakest secure, like the place that is the least secure in case we wanted to make an entrance, like a balcony where I'm like, ooh, there's like a blind spot for the guards or something like that?
Yeah, you notice that the guards appear all to be on the outside, so the weakest point would be coming from the inside.
Okay. Well, they got the outside pretty locked up tight, so our best option might be to go inside.
You have to go to get inside. You have to go from the outside.
That's true. But like, I think getting in, maybe going lower, getting in and making our way up is a better approach than trying to go straight for the balcony is what I'm trying to say.
There might be a way in through the roof or something, or the floor.
Yeah. I think with my limited, or not limited knowledge, but like, if we were to go through the roof, they would be able to see us. They're not watching the base of this building, so, and we know there's a turbo lift that goes down. So, my assessment is maybe we go down to get up.
I would highly doubt that the bottom area would be able to get all the way to the penthouse. I imagine we'd have to go to the middle, towards where somebody would be invited up to the penthouse for a party or something, like rich people like to do, right?
None of you guys have slicing abilities?
I don't have a blade.
Nope.
I mean the hacking kind of slicing.
Oh no.
You can't fight. You can't slice. What are you good for?
Excuse me. I'm pretty sure I can fight, but thanks.
Well, that was my suggestion.
Could Dash get us clothing?
Like,
that's
what he was offering.
You can ask.
We ask.
I'm quite decent with technology, just I don't have the equipment or the specific experience for slicing.
I'm just gonna really quickly, as you ask, I'll let fate decide. 6 to 10 is one thing. I'll say 1 to 5 is sure he'll stick around and try and help you. 6 to 10 is he's got places to be. Yeah.
Yeah. The 4.
Yeah, he says, well, I mean, we can try to find you some clothes, but do you have any money?
I have a bit.
Not as much as I'd like, but...
I mean, unless you're saying we, like, kidnap some people and take their clothes.
If we have to.
I mean, look, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, I brought you into this. I'm fine with you having to do whatever. We just need the best guy. That's the most important thing. No judgments here. I've done some bad stuff too.
I have enough credits to get something.
Only we had gotten those credits from that other crew that was trying to kill us.
Well,
Dash.
we
I mean, I wish that you had. Let me tell you, I wish.
Can we ask Dash, based on the information that we've accrued so far, if he has a favored plan of attack?
Yeah. He says to you, well, I mean, you can go in through the casino, walk in the front door if you can find the clothes. Obviously, that makes sense. Work your way through the crowd, maybe talk to the right people. Who knows? Maybe sit down, play some sabacc, gamble with the right person. You could try to find another way in the casino, but it looks pretty secure to me. You could go to the penthouse. Maybe there's information there. Obviously, you're going to find what you're looking for either at the penthouse or the casino, right? If you're going to be a guy who has 40 pieces of Beskar, you're going to put it in the most secure places you live. And then Devin is either going to be there, and he points to the casino, or there, and he points to the penthouse. But I don't know how you get into either. The penthouse obviously seems guarded, as you said, but maybe there's a way to hit it from the inside. Maybe you come from a different floor underneath it. Maybe, I don't know, vent? I'm not sure. Some of you could fit in a vent. And he looks at you, Gar. But I imagine that could happen.
That's fair.
There could be other places to go. I'm not sure. There could be people to talk to. Maybe talk to an employee of one of the locations. Maybe someone could get you in that way.
If there's a way that we can get in under the illusion of legitimacy, then we avoid things like alarms, security systems, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm not much of a talker, but I do think, son, if you want to maybe talk to somebody that works in the building, see if we can get some information about the penthouse.
I think the best route for me is going to be going into that casino.
Okay. Well, then we better get fancy.
What is our plan? I think that we could split up, and I would like to go in the casino because I think, like, obviously that's where my forte is going to be, is being able to talk to people and get information for us.
Walk in there, pheromone the place up, and then be like, all right, who doesn't like this guy?
Well, probably more like gamble and find the right person to gamble with, right? I think that was kind of where I was going.
More subtle than the way I described it, but, you know,
yeah.
roughly the same thing.
If I just, like, pheromone the place up, I think people are going to start picking up on what I'm putting down.
I mean, if we split, I think Quill and Gar could go to a Hut Tavern and listen for anybody who is either an employee or something like that of this guy, or perhaps doesn't like him.
I was thinking that you guys might be able to get information on the, like, floor plan of that building, at least the penthouse.
I mean, if the Huts are working with them, the Huts know a lot about them.
Yeah, I think, like, the problem is you're our, like, talky good person, so, like, sitting and trying to hear for information feels more like what we would be able to accomplish rather than trying, like, if we went in as, like, two scary badasses asking questions, that's gonna raise...
I wasn't thinking asking questions, I was thinking steal.
Oh.
Like, sneak in and steal blueprints for that building. That's what I was thinking. Like, there's probably a security room, right? Like, with information. Like, you guys could grab that and, like, sneak in and grab that information.
Stealth isn't either of our fortes, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, maybe not then. Yeah, if you guys think listening to might help, then yeah.
Yeah, we have comms. I feel like you could, like, the Polis is such a unique race that he could probably get in to a casino.
I would just simply say, meta-wise,
just because
you have a medical condition you need him for.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Or he
Yeah,
could
one
just
way
be
that
my
I could
companion.
keep
I don't
cover
need to
and-
have like a reason for why he's with me.
Are you-
The thorn roots around in his bag and is like, if we need things to, look like I'm meant to be there as a doctor, then. And then he holds up like a breathing mask and like syringes and tubes out of his bag.
Or you could just be there for a good time. She puts that down. You know where we're going, right? This is a place where people relax, have a little fun.
Perhaps he could be your pet and you gambling.
He could just be himself. What the heck?
I'd rather not risk being won by a random rich person on the moon of.
I'm just throwing out
Planet of the
ideas,
Huts.
okay? It doesn't have to be good or not.
Kid, you're no fun at all. I'm down for the idea of you two going into the casino and casinoing, and then Quill and I trying to like listen in at a tavern. Do we feel
We can do that. So,
Like a plan?
how much would clothing cost for the two of us then, dear Jesse?
This would be fancy. Let me see if there's actually. I was about to
There
make up a
is-
number, but
There
like,
is a fancy clothing
yeah.
thing.
or
I remember
maybe
seeing
like
it.
distressed clothing is the new high fashion, and so it's actually quite cheap.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. God, I love the Star Wars community. They are my kind of nerd. There's so many websites that are like, here's exact costs for certain outfits. You goobers, I love it. A average quality outfit. Very good quality ultra quality outfits. Damn. All right. So this is, I'll break down this way. I'll let you decide what you want to have. According to this, you can get normal, average street clothes, 4 sets for 100 credits. You can get a higher quality for 500 for 4 sets. You can get an excellent quality for 1,000 for 4 sets.
Well, we
And
only
then-
need 2.
Ultra quality is 5,000. Damn.
Jeez.
So
We
you only
only
I
need
go
need
2.
50. I go
Yeah.
50 credits.
Yeah.
I have 50 credits as well.
I think I have like
0
80 or 180. I forgot
Or
to write
wait.
it down, but
Hold on.
Dash, Dash looks at you and he says, all right, well, look, I've been here a while. I have places I need to be. As he says that, a group of swoop bikes zips past heading down below, and it startles him. And he like kind of moves back into the shadows. You can tell he's very anxious to be here with you. And he says, there's a air speeder there, and then there's a small bright red 2-person air speeder next to the landing dock. He says, if you need money, I put 200 credits in the glove box. Thought it might be nice for food, but if you intend to gamble it away, have fun, I am going to go. And he starts to back away into the shadows.
So could we get, what's the second, not the normal, but the one that's up, the $500 one or 500 credit one?
Mm-hmm. The
That was
500 credit is like, good quality.
Good quality. Could we get 2 of those for 250 then?
Sure. Yeah. You have to find a place. You have to go shopping. Sure.
Do that.
That
All right,
works
yeah.
then. We
Maybe
have
can
enough.
bargain to get less. Kidding.
As you begin to discuss amongst yourselves,
well, and
Bright
we need
lights.
some of that money. If we're gonna go sit at a tavern and listen, we got to look the part. So I think we need some credits for that.
Little me tries to put my shush finger. I touch his like stomach.
All right.
yeah, Dash gets on the speeder bike that's behind the boxes, and the lights come on, and he sort of like falls over the edge, and you hear him zip off like.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to gamble too. This is rough with no credits.
All right,
I imagine
we can spend
your
the
character has
200
no-
from. We can spend the 200 from Dash, and then I've got 50. We can spend that on the clothes, and then you've got 50 left to gamble with.
Yeah. And then if Garth, you do have some credits, and if you two need anything down below, hopefully you don't. But
I have 100 credits.
oh, okay,
Sorted.
Totally.
Okay.
cool.
I think I have 180. I wrote it down somewhere, but I forgot to put it in my actual character sheet.
Here we are scrounging together pennies, and you're like, "Oh, look at all these credits."
yeah,
I've
they
got."
all.
Hey, we were doing this so Jesse would give us more credits. That's why I was.
Oh.
Don't cheat the GM. He's never gonna get this stuff again. Like he's like, I have.
Look, I mean, you were gonna get 200 in the blocks anyway. You just need it now, so I figured I'd bring it up.
Woohoo.
All right, so I guess Conceal and Ith are gonna go shopping, and Gar and Quill are gonna go on a little adventure.
Sure. So, the two of you jump into this air speeder and pop open the glove box. You can see the credits placed inside, and like, where are you gonna go to buy clothes?
Or look for a place. Looks nice.
Most
I guess.
casinos have shops in them. Why not
Yeah.
just go into the casino?
Yeah, we're at whatever looks nice.
Would they sell clothes though?
Yes.
Yeah, casinos sell clothes.
Have
shops.
you?
I don't know,
Boy,
I
that's
haven't
all
been
of
to
the
a
kids.
casino.
Have you been to
Yeah.
a casino?
I don't think he has.
No,
They
I
will
haven't.
sell you clothes. They will sell you clothes
I mean,
so fast.
And actually,
We don't-
sometimes it's cheaper in there than it is out on the strip.
That's because they don't want you to leave that building with money.
Exactly.
Period.
we don't have
Yeah.
so much of that kind of casino in the UK. We have more like beachside, like
Well, go
arcadey
on those
things.
casinos.
These
You
could be
know they got
beachside.
shops in there. They tried to steal your money. Believe that. They're like, buy beachwear. So yeah, so you begin to jet across towards the casino proper. Meanwhile, Gar, Quill, what is your plan? Where are you going?
Underworld check we can make about finding hut cantina.
Cantina.
You can make all sorts of checks. Yeah.
I have also like a fairly long history of doing contract work for the huts. So like, I don't know if there's like signature tells for what kind of like places are hut owner friendly.
Give me some sort of knowledge check. I'll let you decide if you want it to be an underworld. Probably underworld actually is what it would be. An underworld knowledge check.
Okay.
I can roll that as well.
Yeah, if you both want to do it, go for it. All right, there's 3 successes for that one.
Ooh, where is that knowledge? Underworld.
And 2 successes for that one.
I
But
got
you do
3
take
in
2
an
strain.
advantage.
Oh, thinking.
Yeah, this is not what you do. All right, I'll give you both this. You realize that you can go all the way down to the top plate where this building probably starts, and while you can get in through the front entrance of the lower level of this apartment building, and you'll probably meet all sorts of people who work there, if you want to actually talk to them or listen, you're not going to find that kind of bar on that level. You're going to have to go lower. Like do actual planetary surface.
Definitely sounds like we got to go down below.
I'm game.
Walk onto the left.
Yeah, you go into the turbo lift and it and begins to drop, and you can see in Orabesh that you are 1,500 stories up from the ground floor of where it's taking you, and it begins to descend. And we go back to our 2 infiltrators. Yeah, you pull up alongside the casino, and as you open the doors of this speeder craft, you can see a walkway extend to you, and ahead of you are the 2 giant, like from far away they looked big, but now they are huge, 2 giant golden gundarks looking down at you, and countless patrons of this casino who are walking back and forth and mingling, and people are drinking very fancy space cocktails, and there are a wide range of alien species covering all of the Star Wars canon, all dressed in ridiculous outfits, the kind of Star Wars like, you know, it's that Star Wars thing where for some reason all the male species are like in Star Wars tuxes, but every woman is wearing something that's like, what is this outfit that she has on? It's that kind of vibe. And everyone is sort of mingling, and you can see that a giant red carpet extends from where you're at all the way to the front door. But it's not just a red carpet, it is like a people mover, a giant red carpeted people mover.
Awesome. Like an escalator, but like,
yeah,
sure, why not?
I love it.
You gotta propel people towards the casino.
Mm-hmm.
So
it only goes one way, by the way. It only goes in. Yeah.
All right, so we're just gonna go in shopping. Is that the plan?
I suppose
sure.
if they sell the stuff in there, then I guess it works.
All right, I think before I get out of the speeder, Cecile kind of like her color changes to be like a little bit of a purple, like a light purple. Then she steps out.
Okay.
Oh, as we're preparing to go in, Ithona does.
Did you get muted?
He just muted himself.
I'm like,
I got so many different buttons that, I'm like, so many times I've nearly like just turned off the Ithona effect and then just coughed in everyone's ears. I don't think I've done it yet, to my knowledge.
We'd have been like, oh, maybe your noise gate wouldn't have picked it up. We'd be like, what? Yeah. What are you saying? What are you trying to?
But better to overmute than undermute in this case.
I got you.
Would you like some kind of boost? And he pulls out syringes. He opens the case. There's a selection.
Are you talking about, Doc?
It's actually more things than just physical abilities. I can boost your ability to impress people, I suppose. It's complicated.
Boost me up, Doc. She offers her hand, her arm.
Pick a stat. It works for all of them.
Ooh, presence. Yeah.
Okay. He checks. Yeah, it's a hard difficulty, and you'll suffer 1 strain. And if it works, you'll boost a characteristic by 1.
Okay. Jesse has to set up the hard difficulty.
Oh, it's already set up.
Am I rolling this, or are you rolling it?
Medicine. I'm rolling it.
Okay.
Ooh.
1 success and
Close,
2,
but got it.
2
All right.
threats.
So you take the 1 strain he gives you no matter what.
Okay,
plus
so I get a
2
strain.
extra strain. Yeah, now you have 3 strain.
Ooh.
Would it be her or me getting the strain?
She gets it because you stuck her with the needle.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Fair enough. I tried.
Yeah,
like
3 strain.
If I'd only rolled against 2 dice, he would have got 4 as a base. So.
Perfect.
But you can upgrade 1 stat for the rest of this thingamabobber we got going on.
I upgrade my
This
presence
session.
to 5.
Damn. All right. A strong presence. Well, with the upgraded presence, as you walk out of your speeder and a protocol droid jumps in the front seat and zips off with it to, I assume, park it somewhere, you notice that many people are talking about you as you begin to walk through. Most of what you can pick up as you walk by is people remarking on how such a beautiful woman could be wearing such drab clothing. 2 Chadrafan, which are those little like bat-looking aliens,
Yeah, they're so cute.
are like dressed in gaudy outfits, gossiping about how ugly what you're wearing is, and they're like, and they're laughing at you. You can see a few humans.
Don't they screech? Aren't they like?
Like,
screech, isn't that?
Yeah, and there's just a few humans standing in one of the many alcoves of this entrance, kind of like giving you the side eye as you walk by. And you can't tell if they're angry that you appear to be like flawlessly beautiful without trying, or they're like purposefully being like, she's so gross because look at that dumb outfit, and they're trying to just like put you down because that's all they have right now.
I thought
you can't tell.
I thought she already had like finery clothing. Hex had like been.
Yeah, these people have better clothing. They're looking down.
Yeah,
they're looking down at her.
I have nicer armor, but nicer quality armor. But
she doesn't have like a fancy like I'm going to casino on Nar'Shaddaa dress.
Yeah.
Right. She doesn't come off as wealthy.
Yeah.
And so
everyone's staring. I may have overdone it.
You say that. Cecile just puts her arm on your shoulder if you allow and says, "No, we're perfectly fine. Just staying for other reasons."
Yeah, you notice that as you continue, your presence is so high that everyone turns and looks. You are very noticeable. This is everyone's just like, oh. Yeah, they aren't even they just simply aren't looking at you, Bentham, at all. They just not are like they're not even acknowledging your presence. It's like an she's overwhelming everyone. But as you walk towards the entrance, you notice that the droid guards increase in number the closer you get to the front. But no one appears to be stopping you from entering.
Okay, we're looking for like a clothing shop then, I guess is.
Yeah. As you enter, the casino itself reveals all of its splendor to you, and you can see that there are countless levels of this gambling establishment. There are many floors with different games, everything from, the famous Star Wars sabacc to other more wild looking games. There are things that sort of resemble Earth games, and you can see that dancing on poles in various locations are species of alien women. And in the background is a song being played on a stage by some sort of head in a jar, and it's going
Yes.
Right?
I love it.
And there's a band playing some sort of discordant melody along with it. It's very Star Wars and is actually quite terrible, but everyone loves it. And on the edges of the casino itself, you can see numerous shops, and all of them sell various fineries and everything from footwear to tops to suitcases to all sorts of things.
All right, cool. We kind of walk through and see whichever shop looks like they have kind of like nice clothing. And we'll see what we see when we get there, I guess.
Yeah, you begin to look around for the right shop for you. Meanwhile, the elevator finally descends to the bottom and the doors open. And let me describe
Is it one of those things where like the sliding door for like the shop opens, but like then it's the elevator
right, but then
opens?
it's them? Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
I like that.
Yes. It's that kind of shot. Let me see if I can
On the way down, I would Quill would just simply be telling Gar like, now listen, I'm not necessarily one for talking. That's not what this my people. He's like stumbling on his words. We don't do that. We're action types. So you might have to talk.
Wonderful.
The door pops open, and the noise of the upper levels echoes down through the superstructure of the many buildings towering over you. And above you, the night sky is not visible. Instead, dimly lit giant bulbs of sort of like, those like, I'm trying to think of what they are, like the I'm looking at them right now, that type of light bulb that you screw in that has sort of like the bigger end, the bigger, fatter end. Mm-hmm. It's those, and they're shining down, but they're very dimly lit, giving the lower level sort of a nighttime feel. But you can't actually see any stars. You are under the plates of the upper level. And you can hear this loud echo booming down from all the nightlife above you. And it quickly overwhelms your senses. I need both of you to roll to see if you can focus I'll let you decide what role you would like to use.
To focus?
Mm-hmm. It's like loud. It's like percussively loud. It's like standing next to speakers at a concert. It like thrums through your body.
Ooh, that's like, I have like, is that like especially damaging to me because I have the like
There's sensor? Yeah.
the ultrasonic sensory organs?
Yep.
I mean, is there like a select few I can do, or?
Yeah, I mean, if you can explain to me how you fortify yourself.
Because, I'm a pilot. I'm used to piloting sounds. Can I roll piloting planetary? Like,
No, I won't let that one happen.
I mean,
But
yeah, like I'm a soldier who's been in like combat, so the idea of like loud noises, I have to focus in those situations.
I mean, you could do things like you have
I have resilience.
Yeah, resilience works. You could also do discipline. That works. I'd even take survival.
Okay, what's better, 4 green pyramids or a yellow hexagon?
Yellows are
and
always
a
better
green?
than the greens. So green
Right.
is like your default, and then yellow is your upgrade.
said resilience, survival, and what was the other one that it could be?
Or you discipline.
Discipline. All of these are the exact same garbage rolls for me.
Well, give it a roll. We'll see what happens.
Roll for it.
Got him.
Got him. We could try. I think we have a try emote too. Try.
Dang it. I guess I'm just gonna roll some resilience here.
Yeah, let's see both your rolls. Let's see what happens.
One success.
Thank goodness. I'll take
Yeah.
a strain.
And then
You take a strain. It's a lot, but you make your way through it.
Woo.
Whoa!
I rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes and 2 advantages. I'm a resilient mother effer, as they say.
Yeah,
Question,
you've been
why did
through
you
battle.
Have a blue die? Why did you have a blue die?
I don't know.
It was probably from a previous roll that you just didn't remove. I don't have one on my sheet.
Oh.
It was probably from the last
So yeah, you only have
perception
one
check you
advantage
did.
instead of 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, up at the
That's
top
fine.
of your sheet, if you have any pluses up there at the top,
Okay.
Yeah, I don't touch any of that.
remove that.
So you
Okay.
you succeed tremendously. You've been through battle before. It's not an issue for you. You shrug it off. Good, great. So fun that I didn't get to hurt you in any way. Anyway,
Take away one strain with that advantage would be my advice.
Okay.
down here
do that.
on this lower level, you see side streets and places and people you couldn't even possibly imagine on these surface levels. People in the streets in various stages of health, even some that are clearly dead. No one seems to mind. People are just stepping over them, focusing on their own misery. It is vastly different from the world above. And even the plate layer up above, vastly different.
Quill leans over, or Gar leans over to Quill. Not the Nar'Shaddaa you see in the adverts.
I'm used to this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I wish I could say that I wasn't, but done a lot of hut work, so me too.
As you peer around this area, you can see that there are several small bodega-like shops, and there are a few dark alleyways that lead toward what you can assume are some sort of hovels, living areas, and you can hear loud clamoring noise coming down from one of them.
Should we want to head over to the place that sounds like it's a raucous time?
Sounds about right to me.
We'll head over there.
Yeah, you begin to walk down the dark alleyway, And as you move through it, it's wet and damp, and you hear sort of animals of some sort scurrying in the dark. And as you come out, you find yourself face to face with a large bar. This is, to call it a dive bar would be a compliment. It has no actual sign that you can tell, and inside you can hear a lot of jovial laughter and loud shouting, and outside are 6 swoop bikes of various design and color. Although they're older, they do have like flashy upgrades and weird finishing touches. Like one has red flags ornamenting the front of the speeder. One has sort of a longer original old school swoop bike design, but the back of it has several like spikes sticking up, forming kind of like a throne on the driver's seat. All of them intricate and personalized in their own ways, but you notice that in all 6 of the speeder bikes, they adorn the same symbol, a large red and gray tusk cat.
Should we make a underworld
roll for that?
Yeah. Should I do that?
Yeah. Yeah, Gar, you recognize this as probably one of the many street gangs that roam the surface of Nar'Shaddaa.
Aha, I got my strain back.
Oh, real quick. Did I take strain from my last underworld check? Because I got 2 threats.
Yes.
How much is that? 2 strain?
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna make one of you pass out. That's my plan. It's gonna happen.
Well, if we stay at the bar long enough, that may happen.
Yeah, you see this biker gang, and you just recognize that, you know, it's just like a Hell's Angels kind of thing. It just appears to be their gang symbol that they've painted on all of these speeder bikes.
Okay. Well, shall we head in?
He'll just nod at this point. He's full on into the gank character now.
Yeah. You walk into the bar, and behind the bar, a very big and burly, oh my god, what are these guys called? Shevin? Kind of like I don't even know how to describe these dudes. They look like woolly mammoth men, but their face is like a snout.
Really long.
Like it's like a snout face.
It's like extra long, isn't it, too?
Yes, it's ludicrously long. It would be like if, like I said, a woolly mammoth, it wasn't the nose, it was
an anteater.
The mouth was the like end bit. Yes. If you want to look them up, if you're listening or watching, it's
oh my god,
Chevin. They're ridiculous looking. This big and burly one stands behind the counter, and he looks at you, and just as he's about to say, "What do you want?" we cut back to a beautiful shop in the middle of the casino, and a droid behind the counter says, "Hello, how may I help you?"
Oh, sorry. That's great. Is there anyone else in the shop?
No.
Okay. I'm just perusing.
Oh, is there anything I can help you or your manservant find?
I think
Summoner waves.
for a moment, Sensio's like gonna correct him, but then doesn't. And she's like, "Well, I wouldn't mind trying on some things."
And what would the lady be interested in? And the droid comes up from behind the counter, and his feet are actually like a hover pad, and he sort of boop, 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 like floats over to you.
And then she just kind of like talks about like what colors she likes and things like that, just kind of talking about materials and, you know.
You hear servant works. Let's go with servant. The droid can't hear him. He can speak freely.
Droid has no clue.
She nods.
All right, my dear. Well, we've got many styles for you. And he starts to point through this rack of beautiful, elegant dresses One is this sort of floral design that looks like the dress itself is actually the petals. One is sort of a sleek black number. One is this red dress where the bottom sort of elongates and kind of like a tail behind it. And one is a like a shoulderless number. And he's like, we have many more to choose from.
I think Cecile just kind of looks at Ith and is like, well, which one do you think looks best?
Can I make some kind of judgment?
I mean, yeah. You can? Is it correct judgment? I don't know.
He's I think, are you asking if there's a roll you can make?
Yeah, like I don't know, like what seems like it would achieve the best effect if there's any kind of difference.
I mean, you could make a roll to determine what you think is the most like attractive looking, but it'd be based off your like what you
like,
think is attractive.
What's most attractive looking to a race that has a white oval with dots in for a face.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
it's that
we
kind
may
of
not
thing.
be the greatest authorities
Could he
on
do,
attractiveness on
like,
a
some
on a grand
education,
scale.
like what he knows
Yeah, that's what I was
of like the
thinking, too.
finest, like
You could
I
do
I guess could I do xenology? Like
absolutely to what would go best with her species, sure.
mm.
But that still means you have to pick one of the dresses I mentioned.
what were they again?
Red dress with
Shoulderless, black, red, and a floral.
I like red.
Okay.
Roll for
Like
fashion.
not floral. Floral doesn't seem like it fits in a
Yeah.
casino. Can I make a xenology roll?
Yeah, go for it.
Boop.
Yes. What
Yeah.
is
Two
the one you
successes.
think best fits? Whatever it is, that's the one that best fits.
Nice.
Red. Red's always good for like standing out. Unless there's too much red in the casino. How red's the casino?
The casino is very, very gold and red.
Red stands out best if everyone else isn't in red. We'll try the red. See how that works.
Always
right.
that the lady in red.
Yeah, he picks the red
Yeah,
dress for you.
It's a
Alright.
classic.
Well then, I guess we're going with red.
Oh, an excellent choice, madam. Red is wonderful. And the droid picks it up off the rack and sort of like looks at it, sort of visualizing it on you. And then on one of the walls, a hollow image of you in the dress appears. And you get to see what you look in it or how you look in it. And it's a very nice dress.
All right. Well, we'll go
Yeah,
with the red dress.
Yeah, underneath you can see in credit signs, it's 250 credits.
I kind of flash over the the amount to Ith.
It works. We have enough.
Maybe I can talk him down.
I would say so, but then they were a droid.
It's almost like it was planned this way.
Jesse's like,
If they happen to have anything for another 50 credits for me, then that works. Otherwise, I've got this, and then I like bring my hood further over and look down, or Jawa.
What is your companion doing?
he's a little special.
Does he need an outfit too?
Well, perhaps if you have something.
I have a delightful ensemble. And he like goes to one of the smaller alcoves and opens a drawer, and inside, and he's like, children's size, perfect. And he pulls out what appears to be sort of like a the Star Wars equivalent of a sailor's outfit.
Oh my gosh.
And he looks at it, he's like, I think this will be lovely.
Nope, never. Absolutely not. Not doing it. Time to put it away.
I don't think that's his style.
Well, we have a special for only 20 credits.
Do they not have some kind of, tuxedo thing? Simple suit? Something in black.
I relay this. Like, I think he'd like something a little bit more simple. Maybe just a suit, a black one.
Well, there are other stores in the casino lobby, madam, but we unfortunately do not have child-sized tuxes.
Well, that'll be all right then. And she's kind of like standing there, and she's just like changing her color to like see what matches best with the dress.
I'm only like half a foot shorter than Sun is, or something.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I wonder if you could.
But you're also very thin. Like, you are gangly.
Yeah.
Could I give him my armor? Because I actually have like pretty nice new padded armor.
It would not fit him at all. I don't know what you think you would be doing. It would still be too big. No, no way.
Well, because he's like pretty similar height to me. That's why. But okay. Then I guess we'll go somewhere else. We'll try to find another shop.
All right. And can I interest you in this dress, madam?
We can afford it, but then we'd have like no money, right?
Try and negotiate.
Yeah, I'll try to negotiate.
If everyone's looking at you, then it doesn't matter what I'm wearing.
True.
As long as it's not that. Point at the sailor suit.
I think the sailor suit looks quite nice on you.
I do too, madam.
Shaking his head.
She kind of leans into the droid and is like, he's not interested in some of the finer things like some of us.
Agreed. But few are. I can tell you're a person of great taste.
Of course, and you yourself.
I've been programmed that way, madam.
Yes, and whoever did a good job.
Ah, bless the master.
Yes. Speaking of your master, perhaps they might be interested in giving a gala deal.
Well, I don't know if the master is on hand. And he sort of looks back to a pane of glass that is facing out onto the actual show floor.
Well,
Make note. Boss is behind that glass.
Could I interest you in this dress?
well, you didn't answer my question.
Which was?
Which was, do you think your master would be down giving me a little bit of a deal?
You hear like a bzz, sort of like a kind of electric noise, and you see a red light flash on a restraining bolt on the droid, and he looks at you and he says, "And what would you do for the master?"
What does the master want?
Excellent question. And he turns around almost frustrated and looks at the glass, and from out behind the glass, a door slides open and a Gand appears. He's short and sort of bug looking, and his mouth is kind of like a metal disc, a circle with sort of like real sharp metal jagged edges in it. And he walks up to you in this sort of dark robe that he's wearing. And he says to you, and the droid looks at him and looks at you, and he says, "The master sees that you are a Falleen."
Yes, I think most people see that I am.
And the droid looks at you and says, "He wants you to do him a favor."
What kind of favor?
Well, apparently, there is a woman here at the casino he fancies, and he's wondering if you could use your abilities to convince her to date him this evening.
Oh, a love story. I love those. Tell me who the lady is, and I'll see that she meets you. Where would you like to have her meet you?
The Gan looks at you and he says, "Uabaigo tosta," and he points to one of the bars in the back, and he kind of like chuckles, and the droid says, "The master says if you can do this for him, he'll give you a discount."
How about a discount and maybe that sailor outfit for my companion? As much as he doesn't want it.
That won't be necessary.
The Gan laughs and the droid says, "It is a deal."
All right then. Tell me who this lady is.
Yeah, the Gand points out across the casino floor to what looks like space craps, right? And standing on a platform next to the table is a very tiny Alina. These are the aliens that kind of look lizardy, that were one of them was a pod racer, if you remember episode 1. And he points to her and he says, "What da boy is da boo?" And the droid says, "My master's former lover."
Oh. So you've been together before. Well, you do know that if you would like to try to reconcile relationships, things do have to change. What happened previously?
The droid looks at the master, and the master looks at the droid, and the droid points to the bar and he goes, "Dancing girls."
Well, you will have to try to avoid your temptations.
The master,
it is difficult to do here.
Yeah, the master looks at you and says, "What the bull?" And the droid says, "My master has declined."
Declined what?
Declined to change.
He will not. He's not. Dude's not going to change. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well,
he just wants you to manipulate his girlfriend into coming back to him. I don't understand the problem here. It's very obvious. Just mind control her and make him fall back in love.
Well then. She thinks to herself that that's a train wreck waiting to happen. Sounds like a deal.
Excellent. My master will have the dress ready for you when you return.
All right. We're going to go on a little wander to talk to this this little Alina.
Sure. Yeah. As you leave, we cut back to the bar, and inside of it, this Shevin is like, "What do you want? Come for a drink?" And you notice no one in this bar even pays attention. Everyone's caught up in their own world. No one's looking at you. It's the exact opposite of up above. They don't care that you're in armor. Everyone around you is in some form of armor, be it makeshift or heavy duty. People are drunk as skunks. It is a mess in here.
I think we'll start with 2 drinks, please.
The bartender goes over to a giant hose hooked up to somewhere in the wall and begins to squirt a dark brown liquid into 2 mugs and passes it off to you.
I'll take a sip.
Yeah. It tastes like oil, but if oil were alcoholic.
Guard just takes it. Yikes.
That'll be a credit.
Okay. First round's on me. And he'll pay for it.
He takes the 2 credits and he's like, "What? No tip?"
He'll slide another credit over for a tip.
Yeah, he takes it and he goes, "Assholes," and walks away. Actually, he'd say, "Poodoo brains."
Yeah, I was like, assholes. This is a weird.
He says "poodoo brains" and he walks away. You know, because Star Wars.
Right. Could we do like a perception check now that we're in the bar?
You will notice a very adverse, like, shooketh reaction when my guy takes a sip and then he pushes the mug towards you.
It's an acquired taste. I'm still trying to acquire it, but he will take it.
Yeah, give me a check. Like, what are you trying to do?
Case the joint. I think, I don't know if there needs to be multiple rules, but like one just for like, I get that everyone here is kind of like suspect, but anybody that stands out is like, they like really shouldn't be here or looks particularly dangerous.
Right. You can guess based on, well, I'll let you roll, but there's some things you can just guess. You can just figure out.
Okay. I also, this one I do have an extra blue dice for, so
I will add it for you.
You'll add it for me? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Go to town. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yay. Triumph.
All right. Yeah. You give the bar once over, and you can see, first off, that the patrons there range from the biker gang. Obviously, you can tell just based on the fact that even though they are all in various stages of, armor padding and things like that, there's a color theme to the 6 of them. You can tell that there are other patrons who seem more down their luck at the bar itself, sort of slumped over. You can also see that throughout there are just what seems like normal people just trying to like live their lives at the bar. One person is eating a bowl of some sort of chowder at the end, talking to another patron. It appears to be like sort of any roadside tavern you go to. People are just kind of keeping to themselves.
Okay.
What is your triumph?
What can I do with that again? For
somebody's openly talking about the guy we want to find info on.
I mean, that's can I do that?
You get another piece, an extra detail, and then you can also get a blue die towards that if you take any actions towards it.
Like, what I ideally would like to have happen is overhear the information or something that we need to hear. Is that?
You overhear that the person at the end of the bar sipping down this weird chowder is having a conversation with this other person, and the other person is talking about the terrible day they had cleaning up a mess in one of the apartments in the building above, and how being a janitor in that building is just, everyone there is rich and an asshole and an elitist, and there's like 8 levels of security you have to go through, and it's just a pain in the ass. And if he didn't need the job, he wouldn't take it, but it pays well enough that he can eventually move out from down here, and that's his goal.
Okay. Are we in a position where like Quill and Gar could have a conversation without being heard, or do we need to worry about?
I mean, like if you're quiet, you won't be heard.
Okay. Gar will can Quill also hear this guy, or is it just Gar because of his incredible ultrasonic sensory
I mean, you're the only one who
organs?
did the search, so you hear it.
Okay.
You could say it's because of your ultrasonic awesomeness. Yeah.
Well, Gar will explain what he's hearing to Quill. Well, I think we may have found a way in. How's your your talking skills? You good conversationalist?
I can hold my own.
Outside of the characters, so what I think we might want to do is like ply them for information. Do we think that like buying them booze is the way to go, or like appealing to their like frustrated at the elite like attitude?
So you're frustrated at the elite, or
no? They are. I'm saying should we go like? Should we try and like play into that, like chat him up and like offer some sort of like, look, we'll take a poodoo on their bed sheets if you let us in, like approach, or do we try like buy a drink and like swipe a security card off them? I'm saying, what do you think is the way to go?
My thought is swipe and deal with it that way.
What do you got so, by way of swiping?
Yeah, do any of you have skullduggery?
You can't slice, but can you swipe?
I have a yellow and a green and skullduggery.
Yeah, so skullduggery is going to be what you need to swipe the card.
So I'm pretty good at the skullduggery.
Boy, a light side point would be incredible for this. But if you want to try and skulldug,
here's the plan.
What are you trying to do? You're gonna try and swipe access card?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the plan. What I think would work. You got this extra mug of delicious whatever the heck this is.
Extra? It's mine. What do you mean extra? Go on.
Walk over there, schmooze, and distract, and perhaps a commotion may occur and some sort of swiping may happen.
Okay. Is there, by where they are, is there like a bathroom entrance or any like item of interest?
Yeah, they're at the end of the bar. I mean, the bar is like at the end of there is where the refresher is for sure.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go make a distraction.
Oh, you were supposed to be the one schmoozing with the drink. I'm making the distraction. I had a plan.
I thought you're swiping.
I am swiping, but I got it under control.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I was just gonna go trip on them and spill drinks. What was your plan?
Oh, I was gonna see that guy over there. I was gonna see if I could get him to fight that other guy.
Okay.
Pull his attention away, and then you come over. You're over there drinking with him, and their attention is averted, and I just reach into their pocket.
But I could just spill this drink on them.
That wouldn't make them looking a certain way.
Okay. Well,
I mean, if you want to go with that plan, I can try it that way. Whatever you think.
You know what? I'm not one for small talk, but this job has already gone 7 ways sideways, so what the heck? If a car gets up, saunters over to the people, slams a mug down between them, and then starts chatting them up.
Yeah, they both look at you, and the one eating the chowder says, "Excuse me, we were having a conversation here."
And I am, then that's great, and I want to join this conversation. I brought a drink over. How's it going? What's up? My name is Krim, and like Gar is clearly just not good at this at all. Eyes over to see if Quill has done anything to start a distraction.
Before any of that, I'm gonna need you to roll a deception check to see if you can deceive these people into.
Thank Ferric.
Are you Krim? Are you? Yeah. Are you? Who are you saying? Who you claiming to be?
What are the races and genders of these aliens? By the way, I need any ammo I can for this.
Yeah. So
deception. I got. Do you want me to roll deception?
Yeah, the guy eating the chowder is a drawl, which is like a little furry dude, and the one that is the guy who works there is a Doug.
And you do get a blue dice towards this roll because you got a success, a triumph. Because the triumph gives him a blue die towards his.
Sure, I'll give you a blue die.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready?
Do you deceive them? Yes. No. The Doug looks at you and he's like, "If you're someone we should know who's down here, why are you dressed like you don't belong?"
Look, I'm gonna level with you boys. I'm all alone. My wife left me because of my hutball gambling addiction, and I just could use a friend right now.
The draw looks at you and his furry lip has sort of some of the chowder on it. And he wipes it off and he says, "What's a hotball gambling addict doing with such great armors?"
Well, I had some successes in the hotball gambling before the failure, so that's what this is from. What's your poison, boys?
Yeah, roll to deceive them again.
Oh my God.
Does this work? It's even harder now. Good luck.
It's even harder.
Yeah, you failed your first deceit check. You're not trying to deceive them again. You just
Quill!
lied to them again.
Quill, where's this fight that I was promised?
Yeah,
The funniest part is if you look over, my guy's still sitting at the bar, just watching you and laughing.
You can take the strain so that he doesn't get a threat if you want.
No, you definitely take strain.
Good.
Yeah,
is this an encounter? Does this count as an encounter?
No, you fail again, and the Doug looks at you, and he sort of like pats down his uniform, his janitor's uniform, and he says, "I don't think you belong here, friend. Maybe you should move on."
Well, Gar is gonna call a Hail Mary, and he says, "I don't know what the Star Wars equivalent of FU is," and then he's gonna splash them both with his mug of wall swamp water.
Yeah. You toss it on. Which one? Which of the two?
I'm gonna toss it on. If there's two of them, what I'm gonna try and do. This might be insane. I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna do it.
Will has moved towards the bathroom at this point.
I'm gonna like splash it on the Doug because he's not the security guy, right?
Sure.
And I'm gonna take a swing.
All right. Before you do any of that, the splash you do. Let's see what happens.
Hopefully, Quill is picking
1 to
up.
5, it hits the Doug. 6 to 10 is it hits the Doug and the people behind him.
Wouldn't it be like a melee thing?
Yeah, you throw the drink and it hits the Doug in the face and continues past, hitting some of the gang members behind him. The gang members turn to you and see the Doug covered in this black liquid, and he looks at them and he's like, "I swear it wasn't me," and he gets down on the floor. All 6 gang members pull out their blasters.
All right,
Combat begins.
God.
That's vigilance, right?
Yes.
That is vigilance. Yes.
All right, where do I click that? I'm in combat. There.
I wanted
So
a
you go
bar.
to combat
I wanted
and
a
then
bar
initiative?
brawl, but I thought we were gonna do fisticuffs
And
here.
you have to click your
So
icon
we'll
if
do
you
this
want.
first. I'll take you to this
Considering
screen.
the timing.
Gar can click your character and then roll your vigilance.
Considering the timing, is this a good moment for a cliffhanger break?
Yeah, this could be a good break. If we need to take a break, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we will come back to this nonsense
Oh my
at the other side of the break. Take it away, Maggie.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back after about an 8 to 10 minute break. Stretch your legs, get yourself a drink, get ready for this. This is what I was waiting for. I was like, we're both going to have like a nice chat with people, and they're just like going to have a full on brawl in the bar. So it's going perfectly according to plan in my canon. All right. We'll see you all in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Star Wars: The Nar'Shaddaa. We are on part 2 of episode 2, and we just had a little brawl breakout. It's fine.
It's fine.
It hasn't broken out yet. If I have my way,
I'm pretty sure there's blasters just got pulled out. So
blasters did get pulled.
That's a small kerfuffle in comparison to what Gar is hoping to start right now, but we'll see how this goes.
Ooh, all right.
Well, I need you to first. I need Quill to click your character there on the screen. Hopefully you see the U, and then roll your vigilance.
And make sure you roll your vigilance under the combat initiative section. Otherwise, it won't add you.
Yes, and then we'll do you in a sec, Davis. Because I'm trying something different.
I also have a skill where I can burn strain and add successes, so I'm gonna burn two strain and add 2 successes.
Okay, let's see what happens.
Oh, are you gonna do like one thing for each person?
So it should be 3:3 for me.
Why don't I see that on the screen? Maggie, why don't I see it?
What do you mean?
I don't see the pop-up.
Did
I mean, we don't need it technically. I can literally just write it down.
this one, the turn order?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Okay.
You see it now, right?
Yeah, I do. Okay, so we will do 3-3. Enjoy. There's your 3-3. All right. Davy Gravy, will you? Hopefully you can see this. Whoop. The U version of this screen. I made 4 screens now, so I don't have to worry about.
I saw that.
I'm so pleased with myself. Yeah, will you click yourself and roll vigilance for me?
How do I do that?
So click on the character and there'll be a little box around them, and then on your character sheet go to combat and then initiative and then the vigilance option.
Why was your vigilance 3-3 again?
Oh,
what
okay.
was the 3-3? 2 successes you get for every.
I have a skill, or a thing in my talent tree, called Rapid Reaction. Suffer a number of strain to add an equal number of it to initiative checks. Strain suffered cannot. Oh, never mind. I can only do it once.
I mean, do you want to do it now?
Yeah, I'm suffering 1 strain for the 1. So it should be 1. It should be 2-3 for my PC spot. For my initiative.
Okay.
Also, I just rolled 1.
I said 3-3,
but I just checked. I'm supposed to add a blue square die also to vigilance checks as part of my ultrasonic senses.
I'll roll you a blue right now because I love these. Kerplunk. A hard nothing. All right. So because these guys are minions, they all roll together and they will all shoot together at you. When you do enough damage, you don't kill, like, it isn't like a rival or a nemesis where like it's one guy and you do damage to him. There's little tick indicators that when you do enough damage, you kill like one of them, but it's still just one person, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Is there time to do something
on your turn? Yeah. I mean, the PC can be whoever you want the PC to be. It can be either of you two first.
Okay.
Who will it be?
What I was hoping to do, Tyler, and you can let me know, like, what do you think? I was going to pretend like somebody else had thrown it and lunge at a random person on the other side of the bar in an attempt to create confusion and a mass brawl.
Sure. All right. Just to let you know, the plan you're saying is 1, you want to maneuver, then you want to do the action of deceiving before you even lunge at anyone. So it would take you till turn 2 before you lunge.
Oh, okay. Well, then that seems like a lot of time potentially wasted while a bunch of blasters are shooting at me. So, I don't know, more seasoned people at this game. Is there Any strategies you think that's worth employing?
I say go with your heart, man. If that's what you want to do, do
Yeah,
it.
if that's what you want to do it. Go nuts.
It's just a game. We're having fun, man.
Yeah, you have to, it's just a game.
If
When
the
you
deception
fail, it
works,
makes
then
for
it doesn't
fun.
matter if you've not done any lunging. It's just if the deception doesn't work, then you're gonna get shot a bit.
Okay. Tyler, are you down for me to take the first player turn and do some risky maneuvers?
Go for it. I imagine that's my slot. So here's my question.
Yeah.
Jesse, since I have that ability, am I, at least in the first round, am I able to give that to somebody else? Because that seems like it should.
No matter what, the PC slots are whenever you want PC players to move.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it literally all you're doing is giving someone the opportunity or yourself. It literally doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right.
On the
go ahead.
PC turns, they're not specific to a player. That's why they're called PC and not your character names.
I understand that, but when there's a skill base that allows me to add successes to my initiative,
That's just-
it seems like
Lets us get an extra bonus. It's nice.
Yeah, it's just like a group little like, don't worry, we're amazing.
Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead, take your risky maneuver.
Maybe you
So-
do something that gives us like an extra initiative in it. Like out of character.
Jesse, don't shake your head like that.
I'm
That scares me.
excited. This will be fine.
So what can I do in the turn? I'm gonna turn to somebody that's
Yeah.
on the other side of me, and then say something like, well, watch where you throw and stuff, or what the hell, and then throw. Shoot, I already threw
You did. You
my
did throw
thing.
it.
Is there anything in reach that I can throw?
The chowder.
Oh, hell yes. Can I chuck the bowl of chowder at just like a truly innocent random person that's just right where I need a person to be?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll let you. This is gonna be 2 rolls. This is gonna be 2 rolls. 1,
Yeah.
the throw. 2, the deception.
Okay. Let me check my
Athletics for the throw,
Okay. Let me just
or coordination. I'll allow you to do athletics or coordination.
I also, I don't know if it helps, but I have strong arms, so I treat thrown weapons as they had 1 greater range.
Oh,
All right,
nice.
sure. Yeah, I mean, you can
Don't
hit
know
someone
if that-
further away. Yeah,
Um
go nuts.
okay, and then an athletics check?
First athletics or coordination. I'll let you choose.
I think my athletics is significantly higher than my coordination.
Chowder artillery.
All right, here we go. Athletics. Come on, baby.
Food
Yes.
fight. Yes.
Success and
1 success
3
and-
advantage.
Ooh, you could
toss it.
You could hear your strain.
Or you
Or
could use that
juice
in
my-
combat, which is gonna be better.
Oh, I was gonna hope to juice my, because I have to deceive, right?
Yeah.
Basically
You have to
to.
deceive. Yes.
So
You could give
you
yourself
have
2
the
blue die.
advantage.
Yeah, that seem like a smart move if I'm about to deceive right now?
Yeah.
And it's
fair.
not a high.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, fair. That
Um,
sounds fair. What were you gonna say, Jesse? Sorry, we all got
Nothing.
excited.
No, you toss the chowder and it hits one of the patrons, and they look shocked at it, and you say to them what exactly?
Shit. What's a good thing to say that will make it seem like they started the fight? Like, what's the big idea of throwing a drink at me? You dang fair Carabas son of a rancor.
Nice. Got him.
Again,
yeah, you say
Gar's
this
not a
very
talker.
loudly. You say this very, very loudly, and what I need you to do is roll for me deception. But actually, I'm gonna use a dark side point.
Come
to
on,
upgrade.
man.
So Davis, with 3 advantage, you could take +1 to melee or range defense until the end of the next turn.
Yeah, he's gonna use those blue die.
Or
Nice,
you
man.
can give a blue die to an allied character's next check and a chosen character's next check. So you could do combo those 2 and take. Well, you could do 3 blue die there, if you gave 3 to the next character. Is that possible, or is it just you only get to use it like once or a total?
I'll allow it. I don't think it is, but I'll allow it. It doesn't matter.
I think
All
it's
right,
you
you
have
get-
to spend 2 to give. To an
No,
allied
2 is
character.
you get to choose. 1 is whoever
two's
does the next
specified.
check.
1 is
Oh
next
yeah,
person.
you could do 3 then.
Since there's only 2
Is
of
it the
you,
next-
I don't think it matters.
If you're the next person going, yeah, 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, should I keep?
But it's the next allied characters, so it couldn't be him. He would have to use 2 to give it to himself.
All I'm saying is, the man's trying to roll deception right now, and I don't think he's very good at deception.
I know. I kind of want to try and. This deception is very important because it could save my life.
He would only get 1 blue die, and then I would get a blue die if he did it that way.
Okay, so I can give myself 1 blue die and you 1 blue die?
Correct.
Okay, 1 blue die.
Can I even afford 2 blue die by myself?
No.
So I haven't. Okay, then yeah.
Because it's next allied character's next check. You can't give it to yourself.
Okay. Okay. Well, all right.
The only time you can give it to yourself is using 2 advantage.
All right. Here we go. So roll that deception.
Yeah, go for it.
Did you put the blue die in there?
It's in there, man.
It's not very heavy, Wade.
Jesus.
At least it wasn't a despair.
fails.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Turns out that as everyone turns to look at you, they see you pick the chowder up. They see you throw it at the guy who is clearly minding his own business. And everyone looks at you. And the first thing they do is fire on you.
Quill?
Nice knowing you, Gar.
Make some moves, buddy.
Ooh, Quill,
they
you
fire
could
on
get
you,
another
Gar.
blue die too. Then you could have 2 blue die from this next roll.
Let me see. Where are these boys at? Gang
That's true.
member. They all
Or you
have
could use that for something else, which might
custom
be useful.
blasters, and they're going to take a shot.
You can give a black die to a target's next check, so make them have a black die. That's what I would say right now, Davis.
Oh yeah, you could do that.
Let's do that.
Or you can perform an immediate free maneuver, which might even be better right now. Take cover.
That lets you move. Yeah.
This table's looking lovely and blessed.
You can literally take cover. I would take the free maneuver.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
Giving them a black die and taking that maneuver is the exact same thing.
Okay.
Okay. The only problem is like taking cover. If I failed the deception, nobody is fooled, and I'm the only target for now the entire bar.
That's true. You have the entire bar. You've angered everyone in this bar. Everyone's angry with you now.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
specifically you.
Okay.
And they shoot at you. You gave them a black die, yes?
Yeah, if it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the
they
same
shoot at
thing.
you.
Oh, they failed
They all
Oh, that's
miss.
good.
Yeah, no. In the chaos, they fought. Whoa, what is it at 4? What? Hold on. Did someone have? Let me fix this. Okay, one more time. Sorry, that should be 4. They fire at you. You lucked out.
Oh, another fail. Thank gosh. My heart was racing a little for you.
They still fail. They get 2 successes, which they will pass on to themselves for the next time with the blue die.
2 advantages, not successes.
I imagine they were like
advantages.
I imagine they're like, "Hey, nice try though," to each other after they all missed.
You really tried, Skis. Thanks, Skaz. Right? Like, that's the name. Skis, Skaz, Scuzz.
Taser, Blazer, all the Azers.
Yeah.
I like it.
They in the chaos they fire, but it's very obvious they're drunk, and blaster bolts echo through this bar, and we will go to the next.
I am loving the visual of this scene. It's so good.
I'm going to switch us over to this screen, and these guys, because you tried to pass them, are in short range of you.
Perfect.
Save us. The ball is in your court right now. Oh boy.
Got a swipe.
Swipe it and let's jump on them swoops.
Swipes
Get
and
the
swoops.
hell outta here.
And jukes.
How far away are the bikes?
They're outside. They're parked outside.
So, like, how ranges? Medium?
I mean, you would have to go. This would be going from engaged to long range.
Okay, so that takes. All right.
And I mean, you could take strain. It would take 2 turns to get there.
Correct. I would have to take strain. Yeah.
But just as an example, where Davis is, if we go back to his screen, right? Davis is next to the Doug you need to get to, and he's medium range from those guys. So basically, if we go back to your screen, you would have to go like here to get. You would have to go here to get to where Davis is in order to get the swipe card from the Doug.
Well,
then
no, that's not true, because if I moved out of engaged into short range, they would become medium. They would move back.
Oh, then yeah, all right, you're correct. Yeah. Yes. So you would go here. Sorry, you go here, and that would be all right. I need to get the Doug swipe, but then you would have to go because you're further. It would be now extreme range to get out of the bar from where you're at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So for Davis, it's extreme range to leave the bar.
Great.
All right.
And it's extreme danger to stay in it. So
yeah.
I mean,
please roll well.
What's my option other than shooting these guys right now? I don't really have coercion.
Well,
what? You wanted a distraction to swipe them. I'm pretty sure I caused the biggest distraction.
Okay, that's true. You know. All right, I'm gonna move and go ahead and try and swipe this guy's card.
Yeah. All right. You move into short range. There's your movement.
Yep.
The Doug is on the ground, covered in goop, but like covering his head, cowering, trying not to get shot in this brawl.
All right. So it's a skullduggery check, right?
That is exactly what it is.
With a blue?
Yeah, with an extra blue.
Blue.
All right. Got it. You got the difficulty?
It's there.
3
you
successes.
Succeed.
Woo.
Yes. You swipe the card in the chaos and pull it from around his waist where it is clipped.
And you take a strain. What's your strain at?
My strain, if I take one strain, is at 10.
Oh, you have 10 strain?
Well, no. I go down. I do it as everything's at capacity, and then I lower it at like hit points because that's easier for me. So I've only taken 2 strain.
The system works, but okay.
You can do it either way.
All right, so you take the card. Great. Your turn has ended. Back to. We'll switch the screen. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna stick here, and just because it's so much easier. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's what I should have done, like an adult, but I didn't.
Also, you'll Gar, you'll hear him say, "I didn't mean that big of a commotion."
We're back on your screen, Davy Gravy. What is your plan?
Oh boy, you know, I try and have plans, and they have all blown up in my face like a bowl of chowder. So let me just quickly look at my inventory. I'm just trying to see if I have any. Of course, I didn't get a stun grenade. Okay. Well, we either you got the thing. So, do we try and make our way out, or do we fight? I feel like at this point now, I will have to fight the entire bar if I try to fight. And I just I try to build my guy as a fighter, but I just think that might be. And I guess you have a light side point now, though, right? Because you use a dark side point.
You do.
Okay. And did my character notice that he swiped it? Is that a thing I can have noticed?
Yes, you're aware. You watched him go down.
I literally was right next to you and told you that you really stirred up quite a commotion.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were in a different spot based on the maps, but what I think we should do is try and exit the bar. Is that a safe tactic?
Oh, that's what we're going for.
Okay, so then I'm just gonna try and get out of the bar.
Great. You can take 1 movement for short range.
Does my athletics ability help in any way here?
Nope.
You have to burn strain to move 2 bands, which would put you outside. I'm pretty sure, right, Jesse?
No, it'll put him. It'll take 2 turns to get outside for both of you now.
Unless you have a talent that gives you.
Oh, I thought you told me it was 2 turns for me to get outside. So
right. I mean, no matter what, based on where you're at, it's 2 turns.
All right.
If you were closer, then it would have been 1 turn to get outside.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna go as far as I can go towards getting out this turn.
Great. Yeah. You move towards the entrance, but that puts you in engaged range with the goons.
Wait.
Who are blocking your way.
I would have had to gone through them to get to the exit.
You were already. I mean, you're going to have to. Yes, you're gonna have to do that now anyway. Yeah.
Hey, that's good for you. You can strike them.
Yeah.
Well, not right now.
Can I move and attack in one move?
Yeah,
you have to pull your
yeah.
weapon.
You
I
have to
imagine
pull your
you
weapon
didn't have
out.
your weapon out,
Your melee weapon.
which takes your. I don't know if that's a maneuver or what that is.
Yeah, I mean it would be an action at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you could just brawl them.
Yeah. Is it a brawl to try and like basically like knock them down or push,
Punch them.
Just
shove a bunch of them?
Yeah. Give me a brawl.
Okay. Brawl roll. All right.
Yeah, you slam into two of them, and one of them. Let me change this poor guy's thing. So by hurting them, you actually lower their overall ability to hurt you. That's just like the way it works.
Preemptive
So,
striking.
Yeah, you knock one of them down. And he falls back into the booth. Let me pull this out.
Drawing or holstering a weapon doesn't take an action; it takes a maneuver.
Right.
But he used all of his maneuver stuff.
Oh yeah, I've already used them all. Yeah.
Was it skis or clees? Which one did I knock down? Just for
you knocked down Scuzz.
Scuzz. Okay.
Scuzz is the one with head tattoos. Yeah, you knocked him down. But Scuzz falls back into one of the booths and does that sort of like Star Wars, like, right? You knocked him down. All right, your turn.
I guess
They look at you and they're like, Scuzz, no! And they will use their maneuver to all pull out their knives and they begin to stab at you.
Okay.
Like a Julius Caesar moment.
Yeah. So they all stab at you.
Damn it! Why did you have to do melee weapons?
They all stab at you, and the good news is they don't crit because they only got 2 successes. But they do 2 damage plus 1 pierce. Which how much soak do you have?
5.
Great. They do no damage to you whatsoever. They begin to stab, like madly stab at you. Like, no, Scuzz! And they start stabbing at you, and it just sort of like sticks at your armor, and nothing happens to you. You take multiple stabs, but nothing occurs. You're totally fine.
Scuzz was weak.
All right. PC player number 2. I'm going to go over here to back to Quill screen, and we'll remove one of the guys. All right, what's your plan?
I mean, I'm not the target, so I'm gonna try and double move and get to their bikes.
Get a swoop going. I'll hop on back, and we'll cutesy ride this out together.
So romantic. Okay. Yeah, you move up alongside of Gar, and that is as far as you can move.
I wouldn't say I'd go alongside him. I'd be a distance away.
Sure. Far enough away, but you're still in engagement.
So it doesn't show any sort of association.
Of course. That'd be crazy. Yeah. All right. That's your turn. All right.
Okay.
Your turn, Gar. What are you doing? We'll go back to your screen.
Is it smarter to try and like incapacitate more of them, you think, or just pull out sweet?
I mean,
and is there like if I like
you need to double move here to get outside.
Okay.
And actually, I kind of want to take this because honestly, you getting outside means they get outside.
Oh, you can take.
I can get onto the bike.
Yeah, I was gonna say I should be out last since I'm the one that everyone's looking at. So
okay.
So you go.
Jesse, I'm going to double move and use my free action that I have because I get to, as an incidental, hop into the seat of one of their bikes.
Okay, yeah.
Probably the coolest looking one, which one's the coolest.
You jump into the one that looks like it has
the spike thrown.
Like spike thrown to it.
Why don't you jump into the one that looks like another giant dude can be on with you?
That is the one that looks like the giant dude could be on with me. That's a giant spike throw.
But he rides, but there's a seat up front that's kind of like a basket.
Oh my god. Okay.
So the seat up front is the basket, not the pilot seat?
Yeah, the extra seat is a basket up front.
That's fine. It'll be like a 6'4" Nikto in a basket.
It's gonna be a very weird remake of ET.
I like this a lot.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, one of us is dressed up as a sailor. The other of us, it's fine.
So yeah, you jump on, and we go to the NPCs, and we go back to the fight inside, and they all. Did I change the wrong screen? Doesn't matter. They're all technically here, but yeah, they all look at you again, and they're like, "Oh no!" And they will use their turn to pull their blasters back out, and even taking the melee versus ranged with a black die, they're gonna try to attack you again because they simply cannot believe.
I will also use my sidestep ability, which I think makes it harder for them to hit me with ranged.
Yeah, what does it do?
Once per round, may perform a sidestep maneuver and suffer a number of strain equal to number of strain to upgrade difficulty of all incoming range attacks by an equal number. Strain suffered this way cannot exceed ranks and sidestep. So
Sure.
I also can I at the same time also just use second wind to heal that right away, so I don't take any strain.
Sure.
But yeah, I guess it'll.
Great. I'm going to use a dark side point.
Oh, come on, man.
To make their roll a little bit better, and they're going to shoot their blaster pistols at you.
Ouch.
Oh no! Oh no! I have no idea what happened. Hopefully everything was fine. Okay, good.
2 successes and
good,
an
they hit.
advantage.
Okay. Can't believe I clicked the wrong screen and it closed out all of my windows. The good news is Marvel Unlimited is still available if that's your vibe. I didn't mean to click that link, so all right, give me 1 second. So dumb. All right, gang member screen and the dice pool screen. All right, anyway, so because they're minions, they don't hit you 5 times for 7 damage. They hit you once for 7 damage, so you get hit for 2.
Okay.
And all right,
There's the kid when you need him.
That's back to, I think it's your turn now. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna first just call out. Maggie, I forgot you had like a color filter because I thought you had got food to also be in universe because it was like purple, and I was like, what did you bring? But
oh my god, you are eating a star burger.
It's yeah.
So jealous.
The commitment is insane. Okay. So he's out on a thing. I mean, at this point, I should just now. I'm gonna try and jump in the front basket of the swoop.
All right, yeah, you take strain to move. And you end up outside. All the gang members are inside.
Is that 1 strain?
Yeah, you would take an extra strain to 2 extra strain to move.
2? Okay, shoot.
And we switch back over to the other screen, and you, Quill, are on the bike. What are you doing?
I'm starting the bike.
Floor it.
Did he not?
All right,
is he on the bike? Are we both on the bike?
Yeah, he jumped on the basket in front of you. He is
I would like to
crammed
see
in
art
it.
of.
He's crammed in the basket, and yeah, I'm gonna need you to. You have no key. You need to roll a mechanics check to see if you can hotwire this thing.
Oh, no key. I always thought they just started.
Wait, doesn't he have his own? Did you steal someone else's?
This is
no, you were the only
I
speeder.
grabbed a different thing.
Oh.
You grabbed a security key.
Yeah, security key card.
Mechanics check.
No, I meant we took the speeder.
You took the speeder.
You're right.
Yeah.
Nice.
So mechanics check. You got everything set for that?
Everything's set. Just give me a roll.
All right.
Damn. Yeah, you take 3 strain to hotwire this speeder, but you do so with 3 successes, and you and flame and smoke billow out the back as you ignite the engine on this speeder bike.
Gar, you hear Quill go, I guess I did know how to do this.
All right. Your action is to get out of there. Well, your action was to start the bike.
Yeah.
So, all right, NPC's turn. They see you all getting on their bikes and begin to chase. They will use their turns to get outside, and we go back to the PC turn.
Do you want to take this one again?
I'm gonna take it and start driving.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Give me a planetary piloting check.
Yep.
You will continue to suffer 1 black die because there's a giant Nikto in front of you blocking your view.
Fair.
Yeah, you take 3 more strain.
Oh my god.
Technically, on piloting,
Yeah.
I believe
The
it's supposed to
craft
go
takes
to
strain?
the. Yeah, I believe that's how it works.
Yeah, that's fine. The craft takes
that
strain.
tracks.
The craft takes strain. Just so you're aware, the craft has 9 total strain.
Great.
Yeah, so you take 3 strain on your craft, but you succeed in punching it, and you zip off down the dark alleyways of Nar'Shaddaa. Meanwhile, you have 1 more PC turn.
How far are we from the thing?
As you zip off, you are long range right now.
So I can still shoot?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to shoot at the guys.
Shoot at their bikes. Make them blow up.
Is that a thing that can happen?
I mean, yeah, but the way Star Wars works is like person-to-person damage, and then ship-to-ship damage, and then capital ship-to-capital ship damage.
So person to ship is like an order of magnitude.
Right.
In Star Wars, they have bombs that somehow fall when there's no fucking gravity. So
Is this Davis? Is that you?
Sorry,
Did you become blue all of a sudden?
No, I don't have a problem with the magnetic bombs because there's artificial gravity inside the bomber. So it would still fall, and then once it hits space, it just continues to go on it. I have a million other problems with that movie, but that's not one of them. But we're having a good time with Star Wars, so let's just keep doing that. I don't want to go back to that the dark side. Okay, then I'm just gonna shoot at them, and because the smart thing might be to shoot the bikes, but Gar is angry.
Again, this
he
is
had to talk to people.
You have a black die added to this because you are shooting past a man sitting on a throne of spikes. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out Speedy, my blaster carbine, and just take a shot.
Take a shot.
Okay. And I go to. Is that where I just click the actual weapon roll itself?
Yep.
Okay. Where is it? Sorry.
Yeah. You managed to hit one of them and blow him right off. You got 2 successes and 2 strain. You take 2 strain. I'm going to give you 2 strain for that. And you managed to hit one of them and blow him right off of his seat into the wall of the bar. And there's a scorch mark on his chest as he slides down, mortally wounded. The other 4 on their turns will start their swoops and begin to chase you down the streets of Nar'Shaddaa. As they zip off, we cut back to the noise of the vroom, sounds kind of like, for some reason, the noise of jingling slot machines and the sounds of a casino floor. As we cut back to our other 2 who find themselves staring at a space version of a craps table, and at the end of it, a tiny Alina who is busy shouting at the gambling droid about how this is her time, big money, no whammies.
Perfect. I before we go over to the table, I'll kind of lean in to kind of talk quietly to my companion here, and say, what do you know of, wrong accent.
I'm putting on a character.
I know, just wrong character. So what do you know of the Alina?
Let's see. Can I make a Xenology roll?
Sure, of course. Let me change the rolls real quick because that. All right, now you may.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Wow, you know nothing of them. Not a
Okay.
damn
3
thing.
fails.
Loads of advantage, but I have no idea. I've never met one of these before.
Not
apparently.
once have you ever seen one before. They
Ooh.
look like little tiny. If you didn't know that this was a sentient creature of some sort, you would assume it was some sort of like tiny like animal.
Can you give me those advantages to heal my strain? Or I guess you can heal your own strain.
I mean, I've only got like I don't have any strain. Yeah, by all means heal strain however much you can with this.
I don't know if I can from yours.
Do
you
for
have a
that
medic
for a
thing?
xenology check,
no,
you can't.
it's not.
You should have a cheat sheet that can tell you what it does.
Yeah, there's no healing other people's strain, only your own.
Okay. Because sometimes I know in the doctor tree, because I've played one before, like there's some when you heal strain, you can like with extra you can like give somebody else a strain or something. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't apply. When you tell me nothing, is that what you say?
Yeah, he simply doesn't know.
So
He doesn't know anything.
There are like there is some stuff like negating enemy defenses, but that's mainly for combat. But maybe you could argue it's like emotional defenses. I don't know.
But again, this would be related to you.
Yeah,
So
it's your
if
xenology
you-
stuff.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't see you as threatening.
What do you tell Cecile? Do you fake it? Yes, I know so much about you.
Nah, that's not the. He wouldn't do that because that's only gonna make things worse for us.
Yeah, remember when you talk, everyone can hear. Just a heads up.
Well, I can do like whispering to like one person. It's if I'm engaged with someone. So as long as there's no one in engagement range, I can be like, hey.
You're on the floor of a casino.
Okay, so I can't do that.
There is. There is someone around you at all times. You can still talk. I'm just reminding you of the character you chose. You chose this. You're on the casino floor.
Yeah, Athona's like looking around like, and it's like, there's a lot. I've not got much.
Yeah, you can
Alright,
see
then.
random strangers like looking around.
Oh yeah, that might be odd. You might want to be careful with their... She touches her head and kind of stands up, tries to like walk forward, even though she's, not as well dressed as everybody else, and kind of makes her way towards this shouting Alina.
Yeah, everyone is looking at you as you move through this casino. People who are playing their games like turn up and look, and then sort of like one of those weird Star Wars vignettes that's like super cute. Like a bunch of people at a sabacc table look up at you, and then another one like reaches over and grabs some of their credits and puts it into his pocket as everyone's distracted, like that kind of thing.
Nice.
You approach this sort of space craps table, and the Alina doesn't seem to notice you all that much. She's busy yelling at the droid, and she's saying, "You know what I heard? I heard all your droids was programmed in order to take our credits, and frankly, I'm not having it. I want that hand fairs and squares."
Nice. I kind of listen in on her conversation and just see what happened here. And I'm guessing that she got...
Yeah. That last roll, the dice flipped over by themselves. I saw it with my own eyes. They went from red to blue. And the droid sort of like slumps his metal shoulders, and everyone else at the table, it appears she's been doing this for a while. Everyone else at the table is like, "Come on, let it go. Don't worry. We'll get it again. We'll get the money back." And she's like, "No, I had the money, and now it's gone."
Cynthia will kind of step forward and be like, "What seems to be the problem here?"
The Alina woman looks at you and says, "This droid took all my money, and now I've lost most of my winnings. You'd know something about money, wouldn't you, doll?" And she looks at you, "'Cause you got none."
Rude. She kind of like irks a little bit with her head, and then composes herself again, and then is like, "Well, I was thinking that I might have seen what happened here. And I do think you might have taken her money.
And she like looks at you and smiles, and her sharp teeth grin in your direction. She's like, see? I knew I wasn't the only one. This perfectly respectable lady here definitely saw you cheat me, droid. And the droid looks at her and is like, ma'am, do I have to call security? And the Alina looks at you and then looks at everyone at the table. She's like, do you know who I am? I'm a very important person.
It is true. You might want to be careful what you say. Those restraining bolts on you might get a little bit more harsh.
See? This lady gets it. What's your name, Dool?
Name.
If you do, it's a deception check.
Yeah, I know. The name's Ilya.
Give me that roll.
Okay. Yeah, you got it set up?
Yeah, set up.
Did it roll?
Oh my God.
Ooh, 3
Whoa.
successes and a triumph, and I'll take that strain. I'm taking a lot of strain lately.
All right. Yeah, you succeed. And what was your name again?
Ilya.
This is Ilya here, one of my bestest friends. And she was looking out for me, you damn droid. What is your triumph?
The droid is kind of taken back by that, and well, I guess I don't know how a droid can be taken aback by
We
that.
were only trying to deceive her, so it has to be
gotcha.
related to the deception of this Alina character.
Ooh. In that case, then maybe she thinks I'm more important than I really am, because
Yeah.
initially she was rude to me. Maybe now I'm in her favor.
Yeah, you are totally in her favor. She is on Team Alina. And she says, all I want is a reroll. Just one reroll. Come on. And the droid looks at her and says, very well, all bets off the table. One reroll. And she takes the die in her hands and she looks you over, Alina. And
Ilya.
Oh, Ilya.
Yeah.
Alina is her
Alina
species.
is her race.
Yeah. She looks you over, Ilya, and then she looks down at your companion. And she says, hey, gorgeous. Do you want to blow on the die for me?
I nudge him.
He doesn't even have a mouth.
I nudge him.
Yeah, and then it's like touches his face where there is no mouth.
Come on, baby. Blow.
I lean in to the dice and then act as if I'm blowing on them in the hopes that this is what she wants.
Yeah, and she pulls them away from you and tosses them into the.
She turns away. I just shrug at Sun.
Yeah. We'll let fate decide.
Cecile kind of like winks at you.
1 to 5, she fails.
Oh,
6 to
come
10,
on.
she wins all of her money back.
God.
Oh, yes! 10.
Whatever these weird rules of this weird space game are, everyone at the table screams and cheers, and she almost falls off of the little stand she's on, but she stumbles back into you, Bentham. She stumbles back into you and sort of bumps you, and she looks down at you and says, you're my good luck charm, baby.
Oh no.
And she reaches over as the droid procures several credits for her, and she grabs a bunch of them and puts them quickly into her purse. And she's like, well, I'm done here. Thanks, love. This was totally fun. And she grabs the two of you and is like, now walk with me.
I walk
And she pulls you
with her.
towards one of the corners of the casino.
Yep, I walk.
We go with
Yeah.
her.
And she looks at
We
you
have
and
a
goes,
friend in the rich. Let's do this.
and she's like, I don't know who you are, but thank you for that. You made me a bunch of money.
We did. Now, how about you do me a favor in return?
what can I do for you, doll?
You have an admirer.
Don't I? Wait, no. Do I? That makes more sense. Do I?
You do. And I'd like to meet you somewhere.
Oh. Woody? And she looks right at the polis.
I just wink at him, and I'm like, well, you have to find out. I'll give you the location.
Where does he want to meet me? And she like rubs your arm, Thona, and just like, I'll be anywhere.
I give her the location, which is like that bar, whatever the bar's name is. You didn't give me the name of the bar.
And she looks at you and is like,
and I give her like a specific location in the bar, like a certain table, right?
Yeah, and she's like, what if we make things more private? I've got a room. You can meet me there, Slugger.
All right.
By the way, Slugger is some sort of animal that is known for procreation on Nar'Shaddaa. Not really, but in this world, that's, Slugger, right? Slugger. I don't know. Work with me here.
If you give me the room number and a key, I'll make sure your admirer arrives.
Yeah, she reaches into her purse and she's like, here's the key on the 363rd floor. And she hands it to you and she's like, I'll be waiting, baby.
Cecile just grins and smiles and gives Ith another wink and then tells her, I hope you don't spend that all in one place.
And she laughs at you and goes, I will. And sort of like waddles away, her little body and this like ridiculous gaudy dress sort of like shaking behind her as she moves.
I lean into Ith and I'm like, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. And she starts walking
I didn't even say anything.
I'll look around. Do we see anybody who looks like they're having a good time or maybe not having a good time? Actually, someone who's down on their luck.
You see everyone. Well, give me a perception check.
All right.
Let's see what you perceive.
Not very good at that, but we'll see. Can I roll now?
Of course.
We all have to do things we're not good at now.
Did it not roll?
I do not see it. Oh no.
No, nothing's happened.
Uh-oh. Might have to do one of those reset things that comes with this app or program or whatever this is.
Oh,
there you go. Oh, there you go.
Two of them.
Both.
The first one's a fail, so that's fine.
I mean, they're both fails. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're both fails.
I'll
the first
ignore
one...
this. I'll ignore the strain just because the first one was the first one. You look around, but there's so much noise and everyone seems happy that it's hard to pinpoint one person who's sort of down their luck, because at the end of the day, everyone here is rich. So even if they lose money, they're not like mad about it in a way that's like, oh, all my fortunes. Like no one's like that. There might be momentarily like, oh, Bantha Poodoo, but really they're, it's just one game.
All right. We will head over and tell our friend that give him the key, and the 363rd floor is where he shall meet his lady friend and the number and the time.
Yeah, you head back into the I guess whatever there is, the clothing store. I was trying to think of like the boutique is what I was trying to think of. You head back into the boutique.
On the way.
Yeah.
On the way. She's probably not going to be happy when she realizes who the admirer is.
Well, that's for
Hopefully
him.
We'll be long gone by the time that happens.
Exactly. That's going to be his problem to deal with and not ours.
Make a note.
We have the key to show for it anyway.
Angry Alina in hotel room. Boy, that
they'll both be angry with us. We'll have the pair of them individually come after us later.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And Gand in hotel room. Yeah, that's fine.
And a whole group of thugs.
Wait, hold on. Is Alina not the Gant that Or is not.
No, the Gand is the dude. Alina is the species of the little tiny woman that
the little tiny woman is Alina.
Yeah, you never asked her name. She never told you.
I didn't need a name.
She's the admirer, right? The one he wanted to get back
Yes,
with? That's his ex?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please tell me you guys got money from that because she won.
Nope, she didn't give him money. You didn't even ask for money.
I didn't want money from her.
Away.
I just wanted her to.
But we got cheap clothes, which is like money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She you go
if
back
I did
to
well
the
on the
boutique.
other perception check, I was going to maybe try to woo someone else into buying me a cute dress, but I didn't do well, so I'm not going to try to metagame it.
Yeah, you go back to the boutique, and inside the Gand is waiting for you, rubbing his hands together. He's like, "What the do?" And the droid says, "The master wants to know if you succeeded in your objective."
I think I did more than that. I got you a room key.
The Gand takes it and immediately leaves without even saying thank you. And the droid looks at you, he's like, "A deal's a deal, ma'am." And you see
little
the dress.
sailor suit for Ith. I kind of want someone to make fan art of like little Ith in a little sailor suit.
You see the dress and the suit on the counter, and he says to you, 200 credits, ma'am.
Oh.
That's not
talking.
That's not a good deal.
That's the deal, ma'am. That's a considerable markdown from 250.
Why don't you make that 150?
I'm incapable of making it 150, ma'am.
I kind of want to take my blaster rifle out.
Wait, whoa, easy.
I will pull out some restraining bolts that I have.
I mean, he already has one on him.
I know, but I'm dangling the ones that I have.
Okay. And your plan is?
My plan is, I'm trying to see what it would be. I guess it would be kind of like a deception. Or coercion maybe. Well, if I don't get this deal, perhaps I'll have another chat with your master, and these restraining bolts will be on you. And believe me, you don't want me to be your master.
Madam, I'm programmed to enjoy any master I have.
Well, we'll see about your programming.
It's 200 credits, madam.
I don't know what else to do. I don't have anything that I can do.
I think
with the
this is a
droid.
fight we just have to concede.
Yeah.
50 credits it is.
I will give him 200 credits. I don't
All
think
right.
there's anything else I can do to a droid if I can't like roll a coercion or anything.
Yeah, he takes the credits and he's like, "Your dress, madam. Will you be wearing it here or taking it home?"
I'll wear it here.
A door opens and a small dressing room appears. And he's like, "Will your manservant need a separate room?"
Yes.
He presses a button and a even smaller room opens up next to it. It is considerably smaller than you actually are. And he's like,
When I see that
feel
room
like-
open up, I'm like, at least give him a normal size room.
The droid like looks around and he's like, "We're giving that to you, madam."
You only have 2 rooms.
Yes.
She kind of snubs her nose at it and walks.
Yeah, I
into the room.
mean, he looks at him. He's like, "I mean, we have another," and he presses a button, and an even smaller room opens up for even smaller aliens, and he, he's like, "But it looks like it'd be uncomfortable for him."
I just shake my head and walk into the room.
Yeah,
Ithona shrugs and takes the suit into the small room.
yeah. As you both enter, droid hands appear from the ceiling and begin to like finally, like, put you together, basically, right? Like they seamstress this whole thing, so it's perfectly fitting to both of you. And when you come out,
the whole time that we're in the rooms, like Ithona can still be heard clearly in Sun's head being like, This is a terrible idea. Why am I doing this? This wasn't part of the plan. This is barely better than what I was wearing already.
Sunsil comes out in this red dress with her.
I'm trying to think of what color looks best. Maybe I'm just red. No. What looks good with red?
What's the opposite of red?
Green.
Green, but
Christmas colors.
Her Christmas outfit.
Yeah, I guess I look like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, I mean, you could just go back to your normal green Feline skin.
Yeah, let's go green.
You come out in this dress. It's perfectly tailored to you. It looks incredible. And the camera pans down to Ithona with this, like, a little too short sailor's uniform with the hat and everything. And the droid says, "My, what a cute child."
It appears you have
Even fashion is this? What planet is this from?
Whatever it is.
Naboo, I think. Oh, wait, I can't hear you. Never mind.
That's why he's talking. It's like the droid can't tell that he hates this, so he's just going off.
Well, you do.
No one can tell anything about you. You have no facial expressions. Period.
Well, you do have quite a few admirers, so maybe suiting you up isn't a bad idea. And Sunsil will start walking out of the shop.
Yeah. You walk out of the shop, and again, we hear sort of like a bring of a slot machine or something ringing, but it, of course, sounds the exact same as blaster fire, and we return down to the streets of Nar'Shaddaa as a speeder bike with spikes zips away from 4 speeders that are chasing it, and it is PC number 1's turn.
I mean, I imagine I should take that since I'm driving. So, I'm going to continue driving.
Okay.
Are they shooting at us?
They are shooting at you, but that's not the difficulty. The difficulty is, 1, you have a giant Nikto in front of you, and 2, you are now racing through the back alleys of Nar'Shaddaa. That increases this with a black die as well. So you have 2 black die, 2 purple die as you zip through the streets of Nar'Shaddaa.
I'm trying to think. Chasing competitive pilot checks equals 1 range band per success, plus a range band per difference in speed.
Yeah, I mean, basically, what is your objective here? You're trying to outrun them speed-wise?
We're
trying to get back to the turbo lift, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to lose them so they don't know where we are.
Yeah, you are not headed towards the turbo lift right now. For sure.
Not at all.
The turbo lift is literally like down the street from where you started. Yeah.
So I'm trying to just lose them. Whether that be, I think I would probably try and maneuver into places where it's hard for them to navigate.
Sure.
And
I mean, right now you are going through the back alleyways, but this is places that they know.
Yeah. So my thought is like finding a place where there's a lot of turns and options and just kind of losing them that way.
Okay. I'll give you 3 scenarios here. 1, right. Continue down the alleyways and just get out of their territory. 2, head up. And 3, try to kill them. Try to shoot them.
I want to get out of their territory.
Okay.
Here's the thing, though. If we get out of their territory, I'm worried that we're going to go into somebody else's territory.
While wearing having a bike with their logo on it.
Yeah. Gang warfare, I don't think we want to get... I'm all for... I thought we were trying to like just get up and get out. Go back to the higher level.
Yeah, but if they getting up, that's a problem too.
But we're now in a much more advantageous spot for me killing them. So, we also can do that route too. Gar is totally on board with the killing of them.
Is there a way that I could maneuver them into like a kill zone?
I mean, no matter what, unless you turn sideways, which just makes you an easier target. Davis is shooting like behind you, so he has to shoot through, like past you, past the spikes to the guys behind you who are at long range distance right now.
I have a risky maneuver, and I'm gonna do it.
That's what this is all about.
All right, Jesse, I'm flipping it around and driving straight at them.
Oh.
Okay. So the turn and the driving straight at them, I can give you as one maneuver, but or like that's your action on this thing. But I need you to do me the
piloting planetary.
Piloting, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you nail it. That was tough, and you still did it. You got one success, but you took the ship took 3 strain. It only has 3 more strain on this ship. So just be aware that if it breaks, it will like and stop moving. You begin to head right at them, and we now go to player number 2.
I mean,
the person on the. By the way, you are now on the front of this bike.
So shooting, like, I don't have the black die anymore.
You don't have the black die. You do have 3 purple because you're long range. But the good news is that you don't have to shoot through anyone. However, you are now the target instead of Quill, who was closer to them.
You know what? That's all. It's a hazard of the job. All right, let me. I'm gonna draw down with Speedy and shoot the next one.
Go nuts! Take a shot. Yeah, it's just too far. You fire, but you miss, and you take 3 strain.
I take 3 strain from missing.
3 strain. Yeah,
you
was.
Can use
it was
it
hard.
as something other than strain.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
I'm going to.
Do you want me to pass out? Are you just trying to get someone to pass out?
I'm actively trying to make one of you pass out. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would love for you to be passed out on the front of the bike, just like sleeping.
Yeah,
I think it'd be hilarious.
Those are threats, so he can decide how he wants to use those.
I know.
So yeah, you take 3 strain.
I took it. I have 4 strain before I.
Wait. We're in an encounter now. You can use your second wind thing.
Oh yeah.
Or I did. Are we in a different encounter now?
No, same one.
Then
you already used it.
Yeah.
Yeah. To sidestep the when they were trying to shoot me.
All right. They are going to go and do their turn now, and it's still long range, and they are trying to shoot you with their pistols, and they miss as well. But they're going to give themselves a blue die next time.
Cool.
All right. You are now, it's your turn. You are moving where? You're moving towards them still?
Oh, yeah. I have a question of what I could do here.
Okay.
I kind of want to collide with them, but be able to bail beforehand.
So you are long range, so it's going to take you at least 2 turns, no matter what, to collide with them. Actually, they would have, so basically what it would be is you would have to go long range to medium range to short range. Then it would be their turn, and they could try and dodge you if they saw what you were doing.
Okay. Well, I can't shoot while I'm piloting, can I?
You can, yeah, of course you can.
Okay. Well,
But you get a black die because you have to shoot past Gar.
Yeah. I'm gonna attempt to shoot.
So where are you moving to? Are you just moving 1 band closer?
Oh, I'm moving right at him. Yeah.
All right, 1 band. So now you're just in medium range, and now it's only 2 purple instead of 3.
Yep.
Oh, hold on a sec. I goofed. I gave the die to the gang members. Go for it.
All right.
You miss.
I pass a blue die to my teammate here.
Great. Take a shot. You are in the exact same range. You have no black die on this shot.
Just shoot again.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, it's your call. What do you want to do?
Yeah, heck yeah.
All right, take a shot.
I'm gonna shoot till I can't shoot anymore.
Oh,
what?
You miss. You miss again. You unfortunately you miss completely. And it is now their turn. They will, because they are in medium range as well, they will take their shot against you, Gar, because you're in the front.
Yeah, they miss.
Yeah, they miss as well. They will pass that advantage on.
This is a lot of just like pew 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 pew,
Right.
like nothing happening.
So
All right.
they're in short now, right?
If you move closer, yes, they'll be in short range.
Cool. Now I'm gonna try and hit them with the bike.
Be aware that there is a friend in the front of this bike.
Oh, I'm gonna say it first.
All right.
I'm just simply gonna go, hey, get ready to jump.
Right, what I'm saying is, he would have to go first.
Yeah,
Because
that's fair.
if you crash into them, his turns would be next, and so he would hit them because you on your turn already crashed into them.
That's so. Then I'll let him go first and say, hey, get ready to jump.
Okay. So then what do I do for this turn? Do I just get ready?
This would be an athletics check to jump off.
Okay.
Be ready to tuck and roll.
You are traveling very fast, so just a heads up, this is difficult.
Okay. All right, here we go. Athletics check.
Hey,
Yeah, you succeed. You jump off and roll off the craft.
Another
And,
happy landing.
All right. Roll your. I'm going to actually.
Do I get to shoot or is that the turn?
That's it. I mean, your action was to jump off of there.
Okay.
All right. Now you're about to crash into these guys. I assume you're moving close. Your action, because you don't have to do anything except point it at them. So your action is to jump as well. So you need to jump off this craft.
Which is
Again,
also
this
athletics.
is difficult. Same roll as Davis.
All right. Just so you know, I'm probably gonna fail.
We'll find out. You definitely do.
But it looked cool.
Yeah. You attempt to jump off this craft, and your foot is stuck on one of the pedals, and you can't make it off as you zoom towards them. You take 2 strain from that. Personal 2 strain, because the ship, you weren't trying to do anything with the ship.
See, I would have thought I just landed with a terrible, awful thud.
You were trying to jump, and so I'm saying you're still on it.
All right.
Because that's what I want to do to you. So you head towards them, and you are now in.
Wait. Don't I have my skill to immediately leave the pilot seat? So wouldn't that negate that?
Well, you're trying to jump off of it, though.
Fair.
I mean, it's the difference between leaving the pilot seat and like, I'm gonna go to the gunnery cap. Like if you're on the ship, versus.
Okay. All right.
So you head towards them, and you zoom right past them because they all avoid you.
Oh, good.
And on your turn, they'll take strain to now be medium range behind you. You're headed one direction, they're headed the other, and they're gonna turn around and start to chase you again.
Hey, guess what, guard? They're not on you anymore.
Yeah,
you may want to come back though.
Yeah, they begin to chase. Who wants to go first?
If it's cool, if they're coming after me, I'd like to go first.
I'm just gonna shoot at them. So yeah.
Yeah.
Just go for it.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna turn back around.
Okay, and do what? So the turn is one maneuver. What's the second one? If you want to.
I want to shoot at them. I'm turning sideways and shooting, and yeah, jumping, basically using the bike as cover if I can.
Okay, yeah, take your shot. Yeah, you get 2 successes. You blast, and 1 strain you take, and you blast one of them, and he flies off his bike, and the bike slams into one of the walls and spins out onto the streets below. The other 3 continue approaching. They are now in short range of you.
Can I move and shoot?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, then I'm just gonna move as far as I can towards them, and that because now they're all
You like
behind me.
run down the street chasing them, and you take a shot. Yeah, you are still medium distance away from them.
Okay. All right, yeah. I'm just gonna run panting. Stupid kid trying to do maneuvers, and then pull up my weapon.
Kid.
And he's the kind of guy that calls everybody
Everyone
kid.
All right.
And here we go.
Nice.
Yeah, you have one success. Congrats. You blast one of them, and it hits his back, and he sort of slumps over on the speeder, and it kind of like falls off to the side and slams into one of the walls of the buildings on this level. 2 more. Continue. Let me change their stats. These boys got beat up. 2 more. Yeah, they're now short range to you, and they're going to take a shot at you, Quill. And see what they do. All right. I forgot to give them their bonus, but I think it's fine. They have 2 successes and 2 advantage, and they hit you for 7 damage.
Which means for me 3 wounds.
Yeah, they shoot you in sort of like the arm, as is a Star Wars trope, and it kind of leaves a scorch mark. What do you do?
Shoot back.
Yeah, great.
That's an appropriate response.
Do you slow your speeder bike, or are you still maneuvering?
I'm gonna slow my speeder bike. So ideally, when I turned it sideways, I was like slowing down.
Sure. Okay.
My idea is I stop it, hop to the other side, and shoot.
Great. You are short range, so take a shot. Yeah. Okay. You do more than enough damage. You got 3 successes. You do take a strain, but you hit them, and you shoot one of them, and he panics and slams into the other speeder bike, and both of them spin off and explode into the walls of this cavernous roadway that you're in. And you have dealt the final blow to the I don't know, the Hellcats of Nar'Shaddaa, and you find yourself standing, or I guess in your case sitting on a speeder bike amongst the wreckage, and down below, kind of like Doc Brown running through the streets as flames are like, is Gar, as the streets are sort of on fire and littered with rubble.
Gar pants over and he's like, "Where was the distraction?" Nice shooting, by the way. And then he just like sits for a second and just sits down.
He's just Cool is just gonna respond and be like, "Had to see what you were made of." What do we get to roll for recovering strain afterwards? Because
you would need to literally take a rest. Like you'd have to sit for strain. You would have to be like, I need a nap or something. You'd have to do something that would recover your strain purposefully.
What if we go back to the ship?
We'll take the speeder bike. That's where I was planning to do, is hop on the speeder bike and head to the ship.
Yeah, I feel like we should just like regroup at the ship and then hit him up on comms.
Yeah, you jump back into the basket up front, and the bike kind of takes a dip. The like servo hydraulics of it are clearly stressed and damaged, as the bike itself, the frame of it definitely needs repaired, as the two of you sputter up past the plate above you.
Is there just something we should think about? Are there like low jacks on swoops? It would be cool to take it as a trophy, but is it the smart move to leave it so that they can't get tracked by the
All
gang?
I'm saying is Scuzz is still alive. You killed every other gang member but Scuzz.
It was a 6-person gang?
It was a 6-person gang. Yeah.
Oh.
Scuzz, I mean, I'm saying that could be good, or Scuzz could be your number 1 new enemy. Scuzz could be the guy. Scuzz could team up with that Alina and
you know
make
what?
a super team.
It is always good to have an enemy in life. It keeps you sharp. It keeps you on your toes.
I mean, what's our other option? We go back to that bar? Yeah, right.
Also, I like this one. I'm gonna keep this one.
Okay. Yeah, you take the speeder bike and head back up. As you zip past the background, we see the casino, and the camera does that Star Wars wipe to the inside, and we see a well-dressed Faline and her manservant. What would you like to do?
It's not my manservant. I think now our goal here is to play at a table and get to know some people, right? Like I gotta mingle and figure out if I can overhear anything. Specifically, obviously, we're looking for this fellow, Arcanian.
Mm-hmm.
What's his name?
His name is Thandevin Sar.
Yeah, Thandevin Sar. But I don't know if we're gonna hear anybody talking about him or anything like that.
I mean, it's his casino. You very well may. I mean, he runs the place. I will simply say that as you look out on this casino, you see various slot machines of, a galactic sort. The tables in the area that you saw the Alina at. And as you move past the bar, you see various floating platforms with turbo lifts leading up to them. And one of them is listed as high stakes.
I look at that one and I kind of motion to Ith. I'm like, that's probably where they're going to be. But I don't think we have enough credits to play at that table.
Not sure we even have low stakes.
Do I see anyone like lining up for that lift?
No, there's no one, like most high stakes areas in casinos, there's not a line to get in.
Yeah. But I meant like anyone walking that direction towards there.
No, you see no one walking that direction. You do see, however, 2 droid guards standing by it.
Okay, well then, that doesn't help me. I basically was looking to see if like there was somebody who was going that direction, because then we could maybe mingle with that person.
You do not see any. No.
But if not, then I think we just have to figure out how to get it up there through other means.
Okay. What other means would you like to?
I don't know. What are your thoughts, Bentham? Because you haven't really said much.
Ethona's struggling because he's an assist kind of thing, so he's gotta he's gotta play second fiddle. It's like, I mean, I guess some things he can say in the presence of other people, and they'll just be like, "What's the hell's that?" He's like,
yeah, I mean, it's loud, so they'll hear voices, but it'll be no different than any other voice, except you'll sound a little more echoey.
I just meant out of character. Like, what would you like to do plan-wise? Because in character, obviously, my character's pointing out that that's where we need to go, but obviously we're not going to be able to go there. And in character,
can I ask, like, way out of DM mode? Like, way out of DM mode, just like, question, what is your objective here?
My objective was to get information, like mingle and find somebody who we could go up there with, right? Like, that was my plan.
But like, when you get up there, what's your objective?
To listen in, hear what people say, right?
Sure.
People talk.
Yeah, we're looking for like any information about the guy that has the Beskar, and then like if we can pick up stuff about like enemies they might have, or like things that could distract them, like important business they've got coming. That's gonna keep him occupied.
We're looking for
you
the
never
knowledge.
know. Yeah, someone might be like, "Hey, I heard that he won a whole bunch of Beskar and he's keeping it in his penthouse."
No one's gonna say that, but
you never know.
In our dreams, that's what we hope someone says.
Maybe we spot the dude and he's betting Beskar, and we're like, "Well, crap! It's already been split."
Well, what's your plan? How are you gonna do this?
I thought it's probably like, I guess just try and talk your way up. Get any way you want if you're on the arm of someone who's able to get in.
Yeah, so I guess we look at a table that we can get to and kind of lay the stakes up as we can.
Okay. Yeah, what kind of game are you looking to play? I mean, it seems like you're not looking to play anything. You're looking to converse with people.
Yeah.
Yeah, find someone who looks like they've got a lot of money and a lack of companionship.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for.
That's the way to be at the big tables.
But I don't know if we're going to find that.
Give me a perception check.
I think we both should probably roll this.
Yeah, I could. How's my perception? That's not great.
Oh, no. I take strain.
Yep,
or will, whatever you want me to.
One
I'll
strain.
I'll
I'm
give
making
it a
it
shot
happen.
too.
Someone's passing out.
Oh, no.
I'd fail.
You totally fail. Yeah, you see, there's just so many people. It's very hard to tell if anyone's just by themselves because everyone's crammed together.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be successful in this. So I will play. I play at the table. My goal is to kind of make money, make our way up.
Sure.
And if there's somebody at the table that we can, become companions with, then we will. But if not, then we just keep playing.
Yeah. You sit
If
down.
you can't join him, beat him.
Yeah, exactly.
You sit down at the nearest table, and it is a game of sabacc. Do either of you know how to play?
I have played it before, but I don't know all the rules.
I mean,
neither me nor Athona has a clue.
Yeah, I'm just gonna need you to roll some sort of knowledge check. Do you know how to play?
All right. What would you like us to roll for knowledge?
I don't know.
Education makes sense for this?
Education could work, yeah.
2 successes and 3 threats.
Well, Athona has no idea how to play this weird foreign game.
I got all the dice, and it's like, no.
However,
no successes.
Sunseal, you take another 3 strain.
Bad.
Where are you at right now?
I'm 9 out of 12.
I'm gonna get you. You take another 3 strain, and
Does
however,
no one
you do
have,
succeed.
What is it? Does no one else have resolve? Is that what I'm thinking of?
I can get rid of other people's strain by doing a leadership, we're gonna do good, you guys. It's gonna be fine. But I can't do it to anybody else. I can only do it to other people.
I also have a skill called Rapid Recovery that's supposed to come into play after you finish an engaged combat or whatnot, but I didn't know how that worked, so.
I mean, right now you are zipping off to go recover anyway. So basically, that's, it already has begun.
Yeah. But I was also at 9,
I've got
Maggie.
I've got a point in resolve, which is when I get
12.
strain, I reduce it by 1, and I assume that was like a relatively generic thing that was on everybody's trees, but no one else seems to have it.
No.
Why am I the strain resistant one? I just stick needles in people.
Gar has something like that too, in combat.
Do I?
Mm-hmm. But it's a one-time encounter thing.
Oh yeah, second win.
I just don't
Mine's
want to
just at every time. I was
and Jesse's just like, no, you're strained. Pass out on me. Do it.
It's because you're like
you are
a
correct.
telepath, so you have a lot of mental.
Yeah, I guess I just
compared to
can
the rest of us.
resist that. But I also don't end up in many situations where I would take strain, because I don't know. Maybe I should put myself in more of those.
You have to make rolls to be able to take strain.
The more you roll. I now know that I don't want to make you roll, because the more you roll, the more you're like, I'm fine, which, but if I can make companions fall asleep or pass out, perfect. Okay. So you sit down at the table, you know what you're doing. You've played this before. You've had some off days, and you sit down and begin to play. As you do, you just begin to mess around and play your hands. As you do, you notice that at your table is a quarren of some considerable wealth. What he's wearing, he has lots of jewels on him. His big squid-like face and 3 giant fingered hands are holding the sabacc, and he's sort of chortling to himself, and he looks at you and your cards, and he says, "Oh, beautiful. First time playing?"
Yes, it is.
Maybe I could give you a hint.
I would love that if you would help me out. Would you really?
Yeah, he scoots up alongside you in his little hover chair.
Oh yeah, she's totally gonna act like she doesn't know what she's doing.
Yeah, and he starts like, can I see your cards?
Yeah, she shows him her cards.
Yeah, and he looks at your cards and he's like, okay, look at my hand. And you see his hand. And from what you know of sabacc, he has a very good hand. Mm. And he says to you, not such a good hand.
I knew it.
That's great. She's like, oh, well, Then I have a good hand.
And he looks at you, he's like, no, your hand is even worse than my hand. You should fold.
Is that what the appropriate actual thing would be to do?
I mean, you know that your hand's not great, but you also know the game just started.
Well, hasn't the game just started? Perhaps I should play along a little bit more to learn more.
Well, the number one tool and tip in a professional sabak player's toolkit is knowing when to quit early.
Well, that is, I suppose, if you're worried about losing.
He looks at me, he's like, you've got fire, girl.
She kind of like makes like a flirty move and then is like, well, there's more fire where that came from.
And he laughs and kind of like scoots away, and he's like, then I'll let you play.
She nods.
Yeah, he goes back to playing, and he gives you no more thought.
Can I give some assistance to this? Because I'm looking through my sheet, like, what am I vaguely decent at? Can I do like vigilance to get a feel for the people around the table and who seems like they might be more or less confident?
Vigilance? No, I don't think
perception.
So. Yeah, perception checks are big. There could be something else that you could do that might help.
You could walk around.
Get inside their heads, just talk a lot.
Yeah, you could just
That's
talk
one thing I've been
distract
considering
them.
is like, I could really start messing people up by talking in their brains, but what could I say that would work when I just broadcast
Pretend like
to everybody?
they can read somebody's mind when they're looking at a particular person.
I could try that. Just like whenever one of the players looks at a particular other player, but everyone can hear it. That's the problem. Is it's not. I can't pick a person.
Then
if I say something, everybody knows it.
Think wider and vaguer, and just try to mess with them.
Tell them all like that.
Sassy
Their inner
Screech.
thoughts saying, "Fault. I think you should fault. This is not a good hand."
Oh, that's too funny.
Yeah. What if I just like I try and do something subtle where I'm just like and just like try and like just put like positive and negative thoughts in their minds. Like they'll know it's not them, but they'll probably be like, "Oh, that's weird. Maybe they're what's wrong? What's wrong with this hand?"
Yeah. Is that what you want to do? You want to like psych them out?
Yeah, let's give that a shot. I just poker face at the table, which is what polished masons are best at.
Yeah, I mean you have no expressions. So what is what is the actual thing you're trying to do? Are you trying to deceive them?
Impart knowledge on them.
What's my deceive? Like it's so. Would coercion work? Does that count?
You're
if I'm trying to like influence them in a direction.
You know what? Yeah, you're influencing them in a direction to play their hand differently. Sure.
Good luck.
Okay, yeah. I start to just like while standing there, like I take a look at what Sun's hand is, and then I'm like, all right, do we want people to be more or less confident? And then I just start trying to like broadcast those out there. Not so great.
Do your roll, buddy.
Shall I make? Yep. Okay.
Well, I guess, Jesse, do you have your stuff
am
set
I
up
making
on your
it?
end?
It's all set up. You're good. Go
All right.
nuts.
Nice.
Yeah,
One
you
success.
you
One success,
begin
one advantage.
to very obviously get in the head of the people around the table. What are you saying? Because they all begin to like, even though they have their sabak faces on, you can see that you're getting to them. What are you saying?
Probably still like I want to try and make them fold. So it's like, is that really that good though?
Yeah, you begin to do so, and the sign that you know it's working is the hand that you clearly saw the Quarren have. He folds on that hand. The one that definitely was a good hand, he folds. And around the table, people begin to question their own hands. And as the game progresses, you can see that the only person not affected by this appears to be Sun, who is slowly collecting enough cards to have a good hand. And over time, everyone begins to fold. And while it is not a great victory, you do win 362 credits.
Yeah.
Nice.
At the end of the game, Cecile will say to the Quarian fellow, well, it seems I have beginner's luck.
He looks at you and he's like, yes, that's what it seems. And he kind of like looks at all the others, and they all have sort of like, am I going crazy? and because they all look that way, when they all look at the others, they see them looking weird, and so it makes them think they're even going more crazy.
Yeah.
Because everyone just looks like they're going crazy too, and so it makes them question everything.
Innocently standing there, I'm not part of the game, I'm just spectating over here, just chill with my lack of a face.
The droid doing the card collecting for Sabak collects the cards and looks at the table. He's like, another round.
Can we afford to go to a higher table? Basically, we're gonna like make
you can
our way
move
up
your
the
way
table.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can move your way up. Sure.
That's the goal.
All right. You move to a higher table, and this time it is a 200 credit buy-in.
Do we do it?
We have it.
Okay, we do.
You got to spend it to make it.
Yeah, that's true. We got to do it. All right, 200
You
buy-in.
sit down at the table, and another group of strange, bizarre aliens is next to you. Do you do the same plan?
Oh my god. I kind of love this. It
Like-
kind of
like,
works
as,
great.
as we travel between tables, I thought it's like, surprised that actually worked. Should I give it another go at the next one? I can probably only do it once per table, if we're doing it at all.
Soon we'll nod.
I mean, are you saying that out loud because there are people around?
Yeah. Probably want
it's
to say it
as
more
we're-
coded than what you just said.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to do it like quietly when we're like, in a moment when we're between like crowds.
I'm just saying you could reword it so it doesn't sound so like sus.
I mean,
Okay, yeah, more like if there's other people in shots, like. Now that strategy seemed to work. You keep it up.
She nods. Yeah, that's much better.
that's much better, Cody.
I was like, what you said earlier was like, that's real sus.
Everyone's like, they're cheating.
Yeah. Don't want to be.
And I wouldn't say that if we're like walking past a crowd of Sabak players and they're just like, hold on a minute.
Well, Jesse already said like, no matter where we go, people can hear
It's
you.
crowded. Yeah, everyone can hear. There's people
Yeah.
everywhere.
He already said
Okay.
that.
Yeah, you sit down at the table. You hand over your credits.
Yeah, I sit down at the table, and again, I'm like, act like I haven't played before.
Sure. Yeah. This time, no one comes over to approach you. It's very obvious this is higher stakes than before. Yeah, give me your coercion roll. Let's see if you nail it this time.
Good luck.
I wonder if the difficulty's higher because these guys are more
Use a light
yeah,
side
it,
point. You can
yeah, use a light side
oh. Yeah, right. I'll use a light side point.
All right, light side
upgrade
to
your
upgrade
dice
yours.
or downgrade your difficulty.
Oh.
I think
Downgrade
yellow is better
difficulty.
because I think yellow's better because it gives you a shot at a triumph.
That's true.
That's a slim chance though. I'm
Yeah, but
preferring
it's
reliability.
You're also more likely to get a success and advantages. I think, generally speaking, the upgrade is better than a downgrade.
Does the downgrade get rid of a bad die, or does it just reduce it to a lower one?
It reduces it to a lower one. Unless it's like the lowest that it can be, I guess.
Correct.
I'll try upgrading one of mine then, yeah.
That roll.
Oh,
Also,
dear.
use your.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, you
Oh,
forgot
nothing.
To hit light
You
side.
fail.
Yeah, nope. You try to get into the heads of these players, but they don't show any signs that you have done so. You attempt to do so the entire time, but you negated everything. You don't have any
no successes.
Yeah, you have no successes.
I'll take a status quo. That works fine for me. That the status quo doesn't get us chucked out of the casino.
Yeah. Maggie, I'm gonna need you to roll for me.
I know. I might pass out at this table.
I need you to roll for me your coordination.
Oh, I can heal your strain with medic checks if all else fails.
Coordination.
Actually, for you, I will take a straight.
Could I do deception?
I'll let you, deception, or
because like I'm trying to like make them think I have a bad hand type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you see if you can trick these people.
Okay. Hold on one
Use
second.
the light side.
I don't know if we want to use the light side.
Do it. It's we only have so much left of today. Do it.
Oh, that's true. Okay, I'm just looking to see if I have something else as well.
That's a risky game to play.
Charm, leadership. Okay, none of these work for that. All right.
Yeah.
Then
I think you need to press it twice unless Bentham has already hit use light side.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, I did. I never hit that button right. Yeah.
Now we have none again.
Oh, that's a shame.
I will upgrade mine.
Okay, upgrade in place. See what happens.
One success.
Oh, yes.
You making me take that strain?
You do need to take that strain.
Okay.
Yeah, but you get one success and you play this hand masterfully, and you succeed in winning the pot, and inside is 1,500 credits.
Nice.
All right, you guys.
The only thing left is the high rollers, the high stakes tables.
Oh shit.
This
All
is you can risk it because we're trying to get to this person, so he might be at this table.
Oh yeah. We're definitely going.
All right.
Hey, can we work out? Do we know what this guy looks like, or is there a way we could identify him in case he is there?
Well, we know that he's an Arcanian, which
Yeah. Do you know anything about Arcanians?
I mean I do personally, but
I
I don't know if
don't.
my
But
character
like,
does.
Ithona probably does.
Yeah.
Is
give
an
me a
Ology roll?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not gonna roll anything. I'm gonna take
all
strain.
right.
I'm
You
gonna
take a
die.
strain. You take a strain, but here's the deal.
My first strain of the session.
Arcanians have sort of whitish, grayish skin. They're humanoids. They have white hair. They have 4 fingers instead of 5. It'd be very easily recognizable.
When we approach, do we see him and he's not, or it sounds like
You would
he's
have to
not
take
there.
the turbo lift up. You'd have to commit
we have to actually
going
get
to
there.
the room. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know that we can push our luck, but hey, just being there is good.
Okay. You head up, and as you reach the top, you see a room that is filled with many sabacc tables and other tables. However, only one table contains any actual players, and there are
Interesting.
3 sitting there. One is a Rhodian, one is a human, and the other is a white-haired, gray-skinned Arcanian.
Are we far away enough that like they wouldn't hear my brain?
Yeah, you're at the entrance, and the only thing there are 2 droids that are standing guard.
I don't think I can try anything here. Probably best just to hang around and see if you can learn anything.
She nods.
I mean, try and win. But you're gonna have to play it straight.
She kind of like takes a breath and steps forward, kind of waiting to watch their game end. And as I'm watching, I'll just like take note of kind of if I can see any of their tells, and then if I can't, then, which I'm probably not going to be very good at anyway because I don't have good perception.
Give me a perception check. Can you see their tells?
I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass out right here. I just stand
so
it.
I was before we continue.
This is
At this point, would it be weird if Ithona was to do a medic check on Sun to try and heal some of the strain?
I mean, like, how are you gonna do? You just got into the high stakes area. Are you gonna be like, hold on, before you go gamble, let me shoot you full of stuff in front of these people?
I don't know what healing strain looks like.
There's probably a really nice bathroom up there. Don't do the middle of the damn room.
You're right. You're right. All I'm saying is, unlike the show floor unlike the casino floor down below, there's literally 3 droids, the dealer and the 2 guards, 3 sentients, and then you 2.
Yeah, could we have gone before we went up, like gone to the restroom or something like that? I am definitely
you're already
pretty
up.
Stressed out.
You're already up. You're already up there.
So.
I think once we're there and like we're watching the last game finish, I'm like, you're looking a bit off color. Maybe we should take a moment to patch you up.
Shaking his head no. What, Jesse?
No, you can. I just off color, hilarious. You can change colors. Very good joke.
I thought it was a cute joke too. She nods and kind of like touches her head because she obviously is pretty strained. Yeah, well, this is pretty stressful. And I guess if we could make our way to like a restroom or something like that.
Yeah. You see that there is a several private restrooms on this floor.
I ask one of the droids, "Where's the ladies' room? The powder room?"
The droid responds in an unidentifiable language and points towards the right.
I don't know what you said, but the pointing I got. And walks over to the bathroom.
Yeah, you begin to walk towards the bathroom, and as you do, you notice the Arcanian is watching you as you leave.
I mean, in fairness, he said that when you walked in, everybody's
So everyone's watching. Yeah,
this is just par for the course now with your.
I know. Still, it's creeping me out. All right, what you got, Doc?
Right, I can make a medic roll and I can get a plus blue die for my med kit. And then advantage will heal strain, and I guess also there'll be a bunch of wounds, but that doesn't matter.
We'll cross our finger for some advantages.
Do I need to add the blue die, or is it added?
The blue die, I'll add it right now. Go for it.
Hey.
1 success, 1 advantage.
Yeah, you heal 1 strain. I don't know if there's any way like Can I like use the successes to heal strain? Because there's no wounds to heal.
You can heal your strain.
There are in the medic tree, there are talents and stuff.
Yeah, that will help you, but you don't have those talents. You got items instead.
Well, I've got some points of surgeon, but that's just more wound healing.
Yes, that's wound healing. So unfortunately, you heal 1 strain. He gives you a little pep talk in the bathroom. Yeah.
Explain how this pep talk happens.
Oh,
yeah. What is this? What is this pep talk?
Wait, we got the difficulty. The difficulty should just be 1 die because it's based on how wounded you are, and she isn't.
Reroll.
Okay. Oh yeah. We'll try it again.
Oh no. Oh.
Triumph.
That's
more.
In a certain sense, I guess the triumph is probably gonna matter. How can I use that?
Great question. I don't even know.
Strain.
I don't think
I mean, you can get rid of all of her strain if that's what you want, so she goes in fresh.
Yes, all the strain.
Awesome. Yeah, he clears all your strain. He like Vulcan neck pinches you, but it's a Corellian neck pinch, and it like relieves all your strain. Yeah, you take a deep breath and you feel totally relieved and relaxed.
Yay. I'm like actually nervous now.
Could have upgraded her next roll too, but I think the strain was more important.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, no. If I don't do that, then like
she
upgrades on the next roll don't matter. She'll pass out.
Yeah.
But maybe the Arcanian will be my hero, and then.
Like sit down at the table, pick up the hand, and then. Something
The
Right.
like
goal here is if we
Refreshed.
lose money and charm the Arcanian.
Patted my
fine.
face with a little bit of water, and head out the bathroom. Is
Yeah.
there like an area to
You
get
got
like a
this.
drink or
I believe in
anything?
you.
You walk out of the bathroom and begin to look for some area to get a drink, and you notice that the human and the Rhodian have entered the turbo lift headed down, and the only person remaining up here with you is the Arcanian, and he points to the table and he says, "Will you play me in a round?" And that's where we're gonna end today.
Ugh. Jesse, like right on the spot at 2 p.m. getting that end time.
Oh, I saw the time. I
You
was like,
scoundrel.
I'm gonna get him. All right, that is where we will end today. I'm gonna let Maggie take it over.
All right. Well, thank you, Jesse, for an awesome episode with, I love the juxtaposeness of like this action-packed bar scene and then us having this really elegant like casino situation where, Bentham and I are like, how do we do this? First and foremost, thank you. And of course, thank you to our supporter today, Paul Toon. Thank you for supporting us. Give a lot of roll love in chat for Paul Toon. You too can be a supporter by going over to patreon.com/roll for it, and legend tiers and above can support an episode. And you also get to partake in a privately GM'd game by one of our cast members. And if you're a DD tier, you get like a private video from us because we just don't know how else to thank you. It gets a little weird, so prepare yourself for whatever that video might be. Out on Patreon right now, we have the Last Stitch final character sheets as well as the Ascension Gulthian Tree sheet. So if you're interested in checking out the behind the scenes goodies, definitely go check it out on our Patreon. And of course, we have our holiday surprise coming up. We're not going to give you... My only hint for the surprise is that it's really cute. So
You
if you
can't
want...
give it away. It's the
If you want a
holiday
cute surprise, definitely fill it out if you're a patron so that you too can get it. I think, when is the cutoff date for that, Bentham?
I think it's the 14th.
Okay, the 14th. So you have till the 14th to fill that out.
Sounds confident.
I forget.
And then also coming soon, we're going
I know
to
what I'm
have
doing.
Ascension guest sheets as well as the November recap and the Star Wars character sheets for these lovely characters if you too would like to play one of our characters. And of course, our VTM video should be out now. So if you are interested in getting some more entertainment out of your day, we have some more for you right over on our YouTube, youtube.com/rollfort. And of course, this video will be up tomorrow for your entertainment as well. And we appreciate all of the support, whether you are paying, patron, or if you just are here to watch and, follow us on all the things and interact with us on all the social medias, YouTube comments and all of that jazz. All of those go a long way to helping us content creators be able to continue doing the things that we do and for people to find our content. So thank you. Without further ado, I'm going to check to see if we got any tips, and I'm going to let these lovely cast members say where you can find them at, because they all do amazing things on the internet that you definitely need to check out. We'll kick it off with our game master, Jesse Cox, with the plethora of voices. Where can people find you?
There's three voices. There's literally three voices. There's
I don't
the
know.
upset
There was a
Thorin,
lot, and the
there's
girl, the Alina, was killing me. Her voice was great. I love that character.
I'm glad
so
you
much.
appreciate the goblin from World of Warcraft. Anyway, hey, if you want to find me, I'm all over the internet, twitch.tv and youtube.com/Jesse Cox. I'm on Twitter. I do all sorts of stuff. More stuff on Twitch than on Twitter YouTube these days. But also, hey, support all of these amazing people and all their endeavors. They're great, and they come here every Sunday to let me harass them for 4 hours in the form of some sort of story. And we've got 2 more episodes that I can't, it'd be crazy if there was like a twist I had planned. So, we'll see what happens. Can't wait.
Yeah.
I thought we'd get to it today, but someone wanted to steal a speeder bike. So whatever.
Interesting. Curious what it was that you had planned. Maybe we'll hear a little bit in the after show. Moving on from there, we have Davis, who plays Gar. What are you doing when you're not starting bar fights?
I do. The Warp Zone is my main thing. It's a nerdy and gaming sketch comedy channel on YouTube. Personals for social media are Team Davis on Twitter and Team Davis Insta on Instagram. Otherwise, I do scary games with Jesse and some of our other friends on his channel. And we have a Star Wars podcast called the Star Wars New Canon Book Club. And we're going to record some episodes today. Talk about The Mandalorian and our feelings about that. So.
And I'm sorry I brought up some traumatic feelings for you earlier. I was like, okay, I'll stop. But also, I have a lot of feelings. I feel like me and you are like kindred spirits in these feelings. Moving from there, we have Quill, who's played by Apocalypto12. When you are not stealing bicycles or speeders, not really bicycles, speeders and, wrecking the Undertown, what are you up to?
Well, pimping out my fellow characters in a campaign occasionally is also a great fun thing to do, Davis. I'm sorry. No, but I'm streaming on Twitch, twitch.tv/apocalypto_12. I'm also posting videos. Actually, my video I posted Friday has the wonderful Jesse Cox in it as we were playing some Monster Prom 2 Monster Camp. So you can go and check that out.
Wow, that was a while ago. What?
I only post one video a week.
He posted our Grounded game from months, like literally like 4 months ago. He just posted it now too.
Hey, when you have editor issues and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Trust me, I understand.
Yeah. So I posted that. That's the second of the series that I posted for that one. So definitely a great time. This time Jesse is covering his tracks for whatever reason in the game. I don't know. Something weird happened. You might have thrown a body into the ocean. That's all I'm going to say. So be sure to check that out. Follow me on Twitter and socials to see when that is. I'm Apocalypto_12 everywhere.
All right, moving on from there, we have Bendham Plays, who plays our lovely Ithona Kufai. Whenever you are not getting in people's heads and making them lose their hands, what are you up to?
Not much, honestly, but I do, if you want to check them out, have a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel, which are called, unfortunately, Mangled Port Gaming, where in the past I've done things, but I haven't done stuff like in the last couple weeks because of, the past year, basically, because I've been in a perpetual state of moving, but not for that whole time. Pandemics, what are you going to do? But I don't know, might be done soon. I'm going to try and do something this week, we'll see.
Aren't we all in a perpetual state of moving, but not?
I mean, we could get existential, but it's too late in the day for that.
Holy moly, what are you?
I'm sorry. You're
so high, you in space right now.
I am. And of course, I am Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone and all of the places on the internet. I do a lot of tabletop stuff right here on Roll For It, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. So definitely come tune in 10 a.m. PST, 6 p.m. GMT. And of course, I do a lot of other stuff on the internet. If you want to follow along with that, just follow me at Margaret Crone and all of the places. I also make video games for a living. So if you'd like to check out the game that I'm currently working on, you can check it out at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And with that, looking at our tips for today, we have a tip from Finlay Shards for $50. Thanks for another amazing episode. Great to see the two different groups of the party handling things in very different ways. It's shopping and setting up dates or starting a minor diversion. Looking forward to the next one. So thank you, Finlay. Thank you to all of you who are tuning in. And of course, we're going to go record an after show. And if you want access to that, patreon.com/go for it. See you in a bit.